never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
On the wall, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And you know what that means? Yes, Pappy, you are correct. It means T-minus 48 hours. That's, we'll be ringing in the new year. How about that? Yes. Clock is ticking. But, of course, it means it's time for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Here at the Secret Bunker, where, if the thermometer is correct, we get 46 degrees. Outside the bunker at this hour, yeah, not a bad night. We haven't really seen a whole lot of sunshine for days now. I noticed all the solar decorations that they don't get a whole lot of charge during the day with all the cloud cover. Yeah, they'll come on for a couple hours in the evening and dead. But welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. We've officially made it through Hump Day. Again, in the Eastern time zone, everybody going to be jumping on board as we will be making our way into the 30th day of December. Of course, New Year's Eve coming up there Friday and a New Year's Day Saturday. Hey, but as we get things started tonight, we do have some weather concerns out there. We've seen a number of tornado warnings in the last several hours. As a matter of fact, they've all been in Alabama. That's been the active zone for tornadic activity. Some of these have been confirmed tornadoes, as in radar confirmed and some observed. But that's been the active spot. The last one just expired at the midnight hour, and that was in the Talladega area. Yeah, Talladega County in east central Alabama, Coosa County in east central Alabama. Again, that was a confirmed tornado. That warning has expired, but you've got some strong straight-line winds with this particular cell as it continues to move off to the east, like 35 miles per hour, and dropping torrential rainfall, which is leading to flash flood warnings caused by some of these thunderstorms, again, in central and east central Alabama. They just issued flash flood warnings for Bibb County, central Chilton County, Shelby County, Coosa County, Talladega, where that tornadic storm just moved through here in the past 45 minutes or so. So again, flash flood concerns. Watch for the ponding of water on the roadways. As they always say, turn around, don't drown. Meanwhile, as I flip over to the radar scene, the line of thunderstorms extending technically all the way back into the Alabama-Mississippi line, right through central Alabama. Then you swing over into Georgia. This line of thunderstorms is beginning to push into the Atlanta metro area right now, northern and western side of Atlanta. You can go from there on up into Seneca, Georgia. Lots of rain through north central and northeast Georgia. On over into the Gorge area, right up the Tennessee, North Carolina line. Not seeing severe weather there, but definitely some heavier rainfall that's going to be slowing your travels. The rains then continue through western Virginia, much of central and eastern West Virginia, where we do have some pockets of heavier rain then, up into northern Virginia, western portions of Maryland, pushing up into south central and southeastern portions of Pennsylvania. And that's all associated with the next frontal system. On the western flank of the storm, there is a bit of snow tonight in parts of Michigan. Light snow you may encounter between Lansing and Saginaw. You've got some heavier bursts of snow back over the lakes north of Chicago. There is light snow still falling in the Chicago area. On down into central portions of Indiana, all the action, not quite down to Lafayette, Indiana. You may have a little bit of rain north of Lafayette, but then changing over to some light snow. And a little bit of snow extending back into the Bloomington, Illinois region. Not widespread. I don't believe we're seeing any, we don't even have any winter weather advisories. You may encounter a slick spot here and there in that region. A lot of fog, according to the National Weather Service. Dense fog advisories extending from northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, much of that would be Arkansas, about the southern half of Missouri, on into western Kentucky, western Tennessee, northern portions of Mississippi, a broad area of fog concerns here through the overnight hours tonight. Meanwhile, that threat for severe weather will continue with us. The area I just mentioned through parts of Alabama and Georgia, you actually have tornado watches that will continue through the overnight hours till 5 a.m. Eastern time. They're in Georgia, 4 a.m. Central time. They're in parts of Alabama. And of course, if they extend those further south and east, we'll be on top of it. Tornado watches extend on up into the westernmost reaches of South Carolina as well. But again, more rounds of severe weather, including that risk of tornadoes, will be in the offing, targeting parts of the South here in the final days of 2021, and even as we roll into the new year. Barely 24 hours after this storm brought the heavy snow to parts of the Midwest, the first of two new storms is swinging across the plains into the Mississippi Valley overnight tonight. This storm is going to create an overabundance of warm, moist air from northern Louisiana all the way to southern Kentucky. That's the perfect environment for thunderstorms to erupt and become severe. Those first storms started to fire up this past afternoon in parts of Arkansas and southeastern Missouri, northern Louisiana, western Tennessee, and northwestern Mississippi. There was a tornado watch for that region. A brief possible tornado was reported in Bainbridge, Georgia, just after 3 this past afternoon. Images from local officials showed damage to roof, signs, trees, no injuries reported. Later this past evening, damage from strong winds reported in Winfield, Alabama. Channel 1 Atlanta reporting instances of people trapped in cars downtown, as well as 8 people trapped in a pizza bar. The National Weather Service noted that the damage could have been from a tornado, but again, no reports of injuries there. Those storms progressing eastward into central Alabama, northern Georgia, middle and eastern Tennessee through this past evening. The main threat from these storms is going to be flash flooding, which is occurring for some, and damaging winds, which could approach 80 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. Now, there also could be some isolated tornadoes and hail. Any thunderstorm arrives with the potential to produce torrential rains in a very short period of time. Again, flash flooding may develop. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things. Portions of I-20, 40, 55, and 65. Keep up and alert with the weather conditions as things can change rapidly. Since some of these storms obviously occurring well after dark, which is where we are, the added danger of motorists and people maybe at home or at work, meaning you need to monitor the weather bulletins closely. This latest threat of potential severe weather, as we know, just over 2 weeks after the tornado outbreak that left entire towns decimated and killed at least 92 people. All right, after a relatively quiet Thursday, today, once things begin to calm down, then, oh boy, forecasters say, look out. There's going to be a larger and even more powerful storm that's going to swing out of the western states and then slice northeastward over the central U.S. by this weekend. This second round may include much of the area that was hit earlier this month, the decimated areas, and extend well beyond the area forecast to be hit as we move through the overnight hours tonight. Storms are likely to hold off during most of the daylight hours Friday. They're New Year's Eve. A lot of people are going to be out and about, ready to ring in the new year. Yeah, Friday evening, the thunderstorms are forecast to erupt and rapidly turn severe from the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma to the middle Mississippi and Ohio valleys, then progress eastward into the Tennessee Valley during the overnight hours. They're New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. The severe storms and perhaps tornado risk may continue through the time that people are finishing up their partying for the night and into the New Year's Day, from portions of the southern Appalachians all the way down to the central Gulf Coast, where the heavy rain falls in some of those same areas from the storms tonight. And again, Friday night and Saturday over portions of the lower Ohio and Tennessee valleys, there will be that elevated risk of flooding there. That same storm is going to produce a swath of accumulating snow from portions of the Central Plains to the Great Lakes during the first part of this weekend. And this storm's also going to bring a big-time plunge in temperatures that will cause some wet areas to turn into a sheet of ice. With the rapid freeze, we're looking at some of the forecast wind chills in the teens below zero as we head into the New Year's weekend. Yeah, for some areas stretching through parts of Illinois, Iowa, and obviously up into parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin. Yeah, what about the snowy side of this storm? Some of the models earlier this week, you may have caught some of these on social media. Yeah, I saw one this past day where models were predicting like the entire state of Illinois to pick up more than a foot of snowfall. Parts of Missouri, the models were showing the potential for 30 inches of snowfall. Now, obviously, those would have to be overly exaggerated models, but it would give you an idea that this is going to be a significant storm. AccuWeather uses the word enormous. An enormous winter storm will mark the end of 2021 and the beginning of 22, with travel halting snowfall impacting at least 18 states from the southwestern U.S. to the Midwest and even into parts of Canada this weekend. Due to the cross-continent storm's timing, coinciding with the New Year's holiday, major travel disruptions are anticipated. Flight delays, cancellations will increase substantially as aircraft and crews are grounded or displaced by the storm. This will be a massive storm in terms of the aerial coverage, a zone that will see 3 to 8 inches of snow in the central states that includes Chicago, a major flight hub, and many other hubs. In addition to Chicago, major cities, Denver, Kansas City, Missouri, Des Moines, Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska, Milwaukee, and Madison, Wisconsin, Grand Rapids, Michigan, all in the zone where moderate to heavy snow is expected to fall during part of the New Year's weekend. So after unloading inches of rain and up to a foot of snow in Southern California through the day today, we'll get more on the west coming up here, that storm's going to move swiftly along with heavy snow for parts of the Colorado Rockies for Friday into Friday night. We're talking a general 6 to 12 inches of snow in store for the mountains in Colorado with some local higher amounts. Enough snow to shovel and plow is foreseen around Denver, with the storm unfolding late Friday as the New Year's revelers begin partying. Technically, the Mile High City has received less than an inch of snow as of this past day. Normally, you would see 19 inches at this point in the season for Denver. They've been running way behind, and they're going to do some catching up, let's say. Many cities, including Denver, over portions of the plains Friday night, will experience a rapid change to midwinter conditions. Temperatures are going to plummet into the 20s, the teens, and even single digits in a matter of hours as this storm unfolds. Further to the east, around Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri, the storm may begin as a bit of rain. It will quickly transition to an icy mix and then to snow. Temperatures are going to go from the lower 50s to the 20s and teens, which could create a sheet of ice beneath that snow, then cause the snow to adhere to those untreated surfaces overnight Friday night. Then the temperatures likely continue to fall, dipping into the single digits on New Year's Day in parts of northern Kansas, much of Nebraska, Iowa, and northern Missouri. Some areas from the central and southern plains to the Midwest and the northern tier of the Northeast, you may have to deal with a zone of freezing rain or a rapid freeze-up that leaves surfaces covered in that glaze of ice. Now, even in areas where rain simply ends and the roads dry off prior to the arrival of the cold air, the temperature plunge alone, where we're going to go from feeling like October to true January frigid cold, will be quite a shock for people in the plains. After a warm day with highs in the 70s, Friday in the Dallas metro area, temperatures are forecast to fall through the 50s, the 40s on New Year's Day, then into the 20s by Saturday night. The combination of the wind and the cold will make the wind chill factors well below zero to the single digits over even the central and southern plains. And in some cases, it may feel 50, 60, or even 80 degrees colder by New Year's Day compared to the conditions we've had for much of the month of December. Yes, Chicago will be in the path of this system with several inches in the forecast on New Year's Day, even though some rain may mix in at times as the storm begins late Friday night into Saturday morning. Chicago did finally snap that streak of days with non-measurable snow on Tuesday of this week, where they picked up 1.5 inches of snow. Depending on how long the rain hangs on at the beginning of the storm, Chicago could quickly start building their seasonal snowfall. There's the potential for 6 inches or more of snow for New Year's Day. Yeah, by the end of December, Chicago typically has seen about 9 inches of snow. Now, even though Detroit and Toledo will probably miss out on a bulk of the snow from this particular storm, with rain forecast during most of the event, Friday night into New Year's Day, there could be enough cold air sweep in for that rapid freeze-up. Intermittent snow and slippery conditions from late Saturday into Saturday night. Further north, though, over the central part of lower Michigan, snow may pile up 1 to 2 inches per hour from Friday night to New Year's Day. Obviously, big-time travel disruptions. Yeah, fortunately for the revelers there in New York City and Boston, heavy rain from this storm is expected to hold off until after the ball drops in New York. You may have a passing shower during the evening hours, but if you're going to be hitting the road on New Year's Day, you may encounter some delays. We'll be talking pockets of heavy rain, patchy fog, and wet roadways. Now, that potent storm, as we were discussing in the south, will also be responsible for, they're saying, a major outbreak of severe weather that could or will include tornadoes from parts of Texas to the Ohio and Tennessee valleys Friday evening into Saturday. It's going to be something to watch as we ring in the new year. Probably not a good time for a lot of people to be out on the roadways. So there you go. A quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country where it looks to be very active for the final days of 2021. Well, Heavy D is on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Hello to Roy. Buckwheat on board. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Have a great morning. Captain Ron checking in. It's my last work night for the year. So Happy New Year's, everyone. Semper Fi. Thank you very much. Jesse's on board. Hello to Kyle. You enjoying some time off there, Kyle? I did speak with Chad this past day, and he said, yeah, you've been taking some time off after a busy summer, traveling all around the country, summer and fall with all the racing activities. Happy New Year to the Overnight Drive family. He says, drive safe. Let's roll. Car 15, check it in from Charlotte, North Carolina, where it's a nice 60-ish degrees out there tonight. But yeah, we're waiting for the storm. James says, yeah, we're getting slammed here near Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, I said, looking at the radar, it's at this point in time, the heaviest storms, winds, and rain. That line is pushing right through the Atlanta area. Slow it down out there. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in tonight. Philly Dan is on board. 007 checking in from Alerter, Illinois at the Flying J tonight. Marianne, hello, Marianne. She says, hi, all. Have a great morning from Southwest Ohio. Terry, morning, all. Little Rock, Arkansas. We've got 50 degrees heading back north to Canada from Texas. Happy New Year to all my fellow travelers out there. There's Cliff. Heavy Kevy says, last truck-in night of the year, homebound for amateur night. Then I'll get back at it Saturday night. That sounds like a good move. Yeah, amateur night, Friday night. You think about that. You're going to combine what they call amateur night with potential severe weather over a broad area, wintry, windy, snowy conditions over another broad swath of the country. I have a sneaky feeling this New Year's Eve may be ugly for a lot of people that are going to be heading out to party in the new year. Hello to the Rambler. He says, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Rambler checking in from Montgomery, Alabama. We've got 73 degrees tonight. Everybody stay safe and God bless. Richard is on board from Central Florida where it's 61 degrees. Happy New Year, Steve, and all our listening friends. Santa Claus listening from a rest area near Ogden, Utah, where we've got 30 degrees and snow. Headed homebound so I can return to Mount Home, Idaho. Santa Claus, literally on the side of the road tonight. Be safe out there, Santa Claus, and thanks as always for checking in. Get to some of our other listening friends quickly, a quick 2-minute timeout. And our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All righty, hello to GM from New Jersey, where it's 42, a misty night tonight. Crazy Ray from West Michigan checking in. We're at 29 degrees. He says, hey, you now must present proof of vaccination to dine indoors. If you're in Chicago, pulling a page right out of New York City there. Hello to Rockpick. He says, good morning, all you truckers, third shift workers, and insomniacs from Rochester, New York, where it's 37 and cloudy. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve, and the fellow listeners. We've got 55, drizzly here in Radford, Virginia. Everybody keep it sunny side up. Lauren Weiss, there he is, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the end of the year getaway in the Missouri Ozarks. Yeah, they've been enjoying this week there, overlooking Branson, Missouri, right? Hello to the legendary Big Moose. Waiting on Hillbilly Tex to arrive at the home 20. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. I got an email from Moose earlier today. And under the subject matter, tragedy averted. Hi-ho, Steve Areno. As you may or may not know, there's been a regional shortage of my beloved beverage of choice, Blatt's beer. It all started Christmas Eve when I noticed I was down to my last 8 beers. I promptly went to all the local retail establishments in search of that patented brown and gold box, which contains the nectar of the beer gods, to no avail. I ended up with a case of Stroh's and a 6-pack of PBR Tallboys. Luckily, the lady at the state store called me over and said they'd have Blatt's back in stock after the first of the year, but she said, we do have a truck coming in Wednesday, a.k.a. today, and it would be possible to get some when the catch was I had to buy 10 cases. I told her, make it so. In my best Jean-Luc Picard voice. Okay. So early Wednesday morning, the phone rings. Hallelujah. Jubilee. It had arrived. No more slop and grog, canned goat piss. I came home, unloaded the truck, and I've already put a huge dent in the first case. Hillbilly Tex is headed this way, and we're planning on a big time this weekend. So y'all be safe, keep it between the spotted and the solid. I'm going to finish climbing the beer can mountain and fall off the other side. I'll be 1010, 1077, 10100, and 1042 for a day or two. Big Moose on the loose. Yeah, Moose, he made the invite if I wanted to come up and join them for their New Year's celebration. I think they've got some live entertainment lined up. Apparently, Moose has done it up big over the years. So I hope you all have a great time. I'd love to come up there, but yeah, we'll see what's happening. All right, we'll get a news break just ahead here. A couple of more friends before we get to your calls on a Thursday morning. As Larry always says, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Gerald, Steve, did you talk about the great John Madden having passed away? Yes, sadly, that did come up on the program last evening, 85 years old. But Santa Claus says, heads up, Donner has reopened. Chains are required. That is, if you're into that kind of stuff. But Santa is on the side right now. David, I'm here, ready to listen, learn from the cartoon characters. Good morning. Hello to Kimberly. Hi there, Kim. Haven't seen you on here in a while. Morning, Steve. Wish the family a happy new year. Yes, Michigan has about 5 or 6 inches of snow. Howdy from Dayton, Ohio. There's Eskimo Mom. My load came out late, so I'm running behind tonight. Yes, we do have some hints of fog before the showers rolled in. 43 degrees outside at this hour. All right, news break. And again, we'll get to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot's Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All kind of friends checking in as we close out the year. I will be here, by the way, Thursday night into Friday morning. As I said, talked to Chad this past day. We're pushing our Georgia trip back. Chris Gabrielchik has agreed to join us next Thursday morning. That'll be January the 6th. Because I'll be headed south. If things go as planned, hell, the way things are going right now, things could change at any given time with all these, the COVID outbreak. It's just insanity right now. And yes, Horse Feathers asked last evening, hey, is that going to impact January the 11th? And I looked at the calendar, and sure as you know what, the 11th would be next Tuesday morning. That's the 1-year anniversary of the show. So I talked to the wife, and she said, we'll see what we can do about maybe getting back for the 11th. Yeah, like Chad said, it's you got to do what you got to do, but that would suck to not be here for the 1-year anniversary, right? I mean, I guess it could be 1 year in one day, but hello to Kaleidoscope, who says Epstein's gal pal and pimp found guilty on 5 counts. How long before she sings like a canary? You know what? I've seen more headlines alluding to that very well may happen. Apparently, she actually, I believe, spoke with an ABC reporter there at the court this past day, lining up some sort of an interview. It may get interesting. All the reports were saying if she is found guilty, she very well may start singing like a canary. She's facing 65 years. I mean, so she just celebrated her 60th birthday in prison. This is essentially, you ain't never going to be seeing the light of day from outside of a prison yard. That sort of thing. All right, let's see. Dave checking in. Happy New Year from Parsonsfield, Maine this morning. Icebreaker says, Happy New Year, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Mark Sturgill, high school mate. Yeah, Mark, good to hear from you. He says, Morning, Steve. I hope you and the princess had a great Christmas with the grandkiddos and the kids. I'd love to get to see you sometime, but I love the show. All right, thank you so much, Mark. Miss Millie is on board. Morning, Steve, and all. Wishing you and yours, all the listeners, Happy New Year, filled with love, peace, happiness, safety, and good health. Happy New Year, everyone. All right, Timothy says, go on up, Steve. You're talking about going on up to hang out with the big moose and those cartoon characters to ring in the new year? I bet before that night's over, they'll have the paddy wagon outside. Hello from Troy, Ohio. There's Josh with us this morning. Frank on board. Morning. Happy New Year to all. Buster Brown. Blessings to our overnight drivers. May all stay well in 2022. Steve, be safe. Love to watch and listen to your program, and we'll be with you next year. Look at the screen. Maniac, where'd you go? You wouldn't have had to hold that long. I think the last time we heard from Maniac, I looked at the screen and it was April the 6th. And he had dialed us up here and was hanging on for just a minute. We hit the news break. I guess he said, I ain't got time for that. But, hey, if you can call back, I'd love to say hi to you. Like last time we talked Maniac, he was in the hospital at the time, going through some real difficult times. You recall that? So hope all's going well with you and the better half. So if we don't talk to you, yes, Happy New Year. I know you had a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, the wife, she did a wonderful job on your Christmas tree. I saw the pictures there on Facebook. Would that be Captain Kirk?
Yes, it would be, Mr. Steve. How have you been?
Captain Kirk, if I'm not mistaken, this would be the first time we've spoke with you since we got it's been nearly a year we've been here. What's going on?
Oh, they've been keeping me busy. I've been so solar-powered lately that I'll put it this way. I don't know what I'm doing up at this time of night.
Okay.
I mean, most nights I'm in bed by 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I did speak to I spoke to your friend. I can't remember his name, but with the Truckers Christmas group here a week or two.
Mark Abraham.
Yes, Mark. Yeah, he checked in. I asked him about you, and he told me you were driving mostly days, and you're a very, very busy man. You're doing your own little trucking podcast thing, like a 1-hour show or something, or
a 1-hour radio show over on TNC Radio, and the water's fine there. Maybe you'll be able to join us sometime over there, depending on what works out for you. I know we'd love to have you on board with us.
I know that they've had some discussions, I believe, with them. So okay, so
I know there has been some, but you know about as much as I do that there's been discussion.
Yep. So,
but anyways, it's been a lot of fun, and I'll tell you what, anybody that thinks hosting a radio show or a podcast or whatever you want to call it is easy, yeah, okay, think again. It's a lot of work, as I'm sure you well know. So, but I want to thank you and Tom Bigby and a whole bunch of others who I kind of use as some of my models for what I try to do.
That's great. That's good. I hope all goes well.
It's been a lot of fun. The first 2 to 3 episodes have been put out so far, and for people who do want to listen in live, it's Thursday nights at 7 Central. You can listen in at tncradio.live or download the app on your favorite smartphone device. But you can also listen to podcasts that are pretty much almost anywhere podcasts can be found, or you can find it on the website too. But in all honesty, I didn't call so much to talk about me. I called to see what all you've been up to, because I've missed out on a lot over this last year. How are you liking the new gig, Steve?
It's a wonderful setup from the Secret Bunker here in Cincinnati. So very close to the home 20, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, being on the camera and whatnot with the Facebook and the YouTube, it's different, but I really enjoy. I can't express my thanks to Chris Gabrelchik and LSI Hotshot Secret for giving me the opportunity to be here. But yeah, we've got to continue to grow things. And I think Captain Kirk, I look up, he lost his cell. Well, lo and behold, happens to the best of them, right? Well, all right. So he'll give us a call back at some point in time, I'm sure. But hey, great to hear from you, Captain Kirk. And he's always been an integral part. He used to check in on a regular basis. Of course, he was up late at night a lot more often than he is now. But yeah, if we don't talk to you before, have a wonderful New Year's weekend and best wishes in the days ahead with your program there. Hello to Buckeye Boy from Macon, Georgia, where it's 72 degrees. Headed to Washington, Georgia, to deliver and see some great friends. I'm going to have to get up early again tomorrow morning, so I'm going to hit the sack and I'll catch your podcast. Vacation plans have changed, just like you, Steve. One of the people who we were going to stay with tested positive for the vid. So we're not staying with them, but my sister lives about an hour south of the Villages, so we're going to hang there with her. May go to Universal Studios, do some fishing, and play some golf. We'll see. But have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, Captain Kirk was able to dial us back up there. Take 2, brother, just like old times.
It really is. I was going, well, gee, was it something I said? Because I didn't even get to hear the dynamite blowing me off the air.
Right.
But no, I'm heading out here on Ohio back towards the Pennsylvania area where the company I drive for is based out of, and evidently I found the one weak spot here on I-70.
Yeah, because you just disappeared like magic.
I heard a beep and I was gone. I'm like, gee, I don't know what I said that was so offensive, but I guess I was asking Steve how he was doing.
Yeah, I was going on talking, and I looked up and you didn't respond. I said, well, where'd he go? So anyway, yeah, it's been kind of a crazy, wild year, but I don't know. Are you ready to say farewell to 2021, much like we did 2020? And what's your prospectus on 22?
I'm almost afraid to try to make perspective at this point, because after 2020 and 2021, more or less being more of the same, a few people have said, "Oh, I can't wait to get back to normal." I hate to say it. I think we have found the new normal, which is pretty much nobody knows what the heck is going on. And, I hope it gets back to something more like what we were used to.
Yeah.
But I hate to say it. I think, at least for the foreseeable future, it's going to be a lot of the same, where, people kind of keep up making rules and changing things as they go along. great example of that is, my mother lives in a senior apartment complex, but because of COVID restrictions, I haven't been able to get in to see her in almost 2 years.
You still can't get in, huh?
Nope, still can't. Well, I can. If we agree to sit in the common public area wearing masks 6 feet apart with a chaperone for 45 minutes.
Wow, that's insane after all this time.
And that really is, and I'll be honest, I went out earlier this year and got the vaccine thinking that, that by the time the way they were talking, I'd be able to get in to see her and visit her. Nope, not a thing. Mom's been vaccinated. I've been vaccinated. I'm just sitting around here like, what was the point?
Yeah.
I can go out to restaurant in, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Chicago, but why would I want to go there in the first place?
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I mean, from that perspective, but that's the thing is, I just think on some of this stuff, there are certain people that take a little bit of advantage, shall we say, because it's given them a bit of a power trip in controlling certain things. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people out there who are trying to do the best they can to try to keep people healthy. But at the same token, there's some people that it's almost like they have their little dictatorships, and it's like, well, you're going to do things my way.
Yep.
And that's the thing that absolutely boggles my mind is Mom had to go to the nursing home last year for a little while for rehab after an injury. And if it hadn't been for the fact that they'd had a COVID outbreak there, I would have been able to see her more easily in a nursing home than in the senior apartment complex. Now figure that one out.
It's been crazy times. Yeah, it just really is. It's mind-boggling when, if you get the vaccine, you can, everything is, you'll be so much better off, and it's all kind of going backwards now if you have it that way. The number of cases and the number of even deaths are higher now than they were at this time a year ago. It just makes no sense.
Well, I mean, in college, I studied a little bit about infectious disease for one semester. And let's put it this way. If a disease really is out to get you, it's going to get you one way or the other. There's certain things you can do to mitigate it. But one of the things, though, that I have found kind of interesting is a year ago, you walk into almost any bathroom at a truck stop restaurant, you'd watch everybody washing their hands real good before they walk back out.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of back to what it was pre-pandemic.
Yep.
Maybe they wash their hands. And it's just kind of like, whether you wear the mask or not, that's your choice. That's up to you. But at least please have the courtesy to wash your hands, because I may have to touch something after you have.
Yep. Yeah, everybody's become kind of, I've noticed that. They've become kind of complacent. Yeah, I noticed the same thing at the wedding reception we attended here on the 18th on a Saturday night. I'm there washing my hands, and there's people coming in, walking away from the urinal, just going right out the door behind me. And I'm like, come on, people, what's going on? You forgot that there's still COVID out there.
Well, I'll put it this way. The one thing I do have to admit, if I do go to a buffet or a salad bar, I do like the fact that they have the plastic gloves out, because whether it's the COVID or not, how many times have you heard people getting some kind of a stomach bug or something like that because somebody didn't wash their hands coming from the bathroom or wherever it was, and then going over to the buffet bar. So that is the one thing, is people might laugh at the plastic gloves, but you know what? At least I'm not touching the utensils that Billy Bob just did after he did his business.
Exactly.
So, when you look at it from that perspective, some of the things might be a little ridiculous. I do have an appreciation of the servers and things like that are wearing their face masks when they bring me out food. Main reason is, how many times you've heard of people getting sick because somebody had a cold or whatever it was, and they breathe, and their breath or whatever got on the food, a germ got on there. So it's like, okay, there are certain jobs, certain things where that to me makes sense. But, when it's like you've got to wear face mask, like when they were first talking about some of the face mask restrictions back in January, February, the hilarious thing was, if you read the letter of the regulation, teen drivers were supposed to wear face masks 24/7 if they were in a truck.
Wow. Yep.
And now no one actively enforced it, but partly because everybody just realized it was impractical on a whole bunch of levels. But it was one of those things, like if you're involved in transportation and there was two people in that truck, technically you were supposed to wear it. And I just heard a whole bunch of people going, okay, you guys, if you're in a team operation, you're together so much anyways, you're going to get sick one way or the other.
Yep.
If somebody has something. So on some of that stuff, it didn't make a lot of sense, doesn't make a lot of sense, but you know what? It's like a lot of things in trucking. It doesn't make sense, but you got to live with it and deal with it best as you can anyways. And that, I think, is maybe one thing that has given a lot of truck drivers an advantage over a lot of people the last 2 years. We're used to figuring out how to pull off the impossible. So this is another day at the office.
Yeah, been through it from the very, very get-go, from day number one. You were heroes at one point in time, and, well, if you don't get the vaccine now, you're a zero.
Well, no, we were heroes till everybody got their toilet paper. Then we were back to being zeros again.
Okay. That was it, yeah. Hey, well, I got to get to a quick timeout, Captain Kirk, but hey, it's great to hear from you, though, brother. You know, be safe out there, and don't be such a stranger. I know you're up late sometimes.
Not very often, but I'll tell you what, I'll try to call a little more. Quick question, are you going to try to make Mid-America this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Looking forward to big plans for Louisville.
Excellent. Well, I hope to see you there, brother. Take care. And like I said, I think you guys know how to get a hold of me through the station, so definitely feel free to reach out sometime.
Thank you so much. And there you go, Captain Kirk. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Yeah, let's look at some of the other comments here. Let me see, where'd we leave off? John says, tonight I want to send my thoughts and prayers to the family of the Wayne County, Illinois deputy sheriff who was killed yesterday. I'm sure I'll be able to find the story. I had not seen that at this point. Now, I did see that there was a truck driver that killed a North Carolina police officer and injured 3 others a few days ago. As the investigation has been ongoing, apparently, that driver did not have a CDL. This was on I-85 in North Charlotte, North Carolina. According to the ABC affiliate there, 50-year-old Daniel Morgan was speeding along I-85 when he struck another semi-truck. That collision sent the trucks crashing into 4 Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department vehicles, which were parked nearby as officers investigated a previous wreck. But the force of that impact killed Officer Mia Goodwin and injured 3 others. The court filings allege Morgan then attempted to leave the scene and removed a tracking device from his truck dashboard as a way to try and impede the investigation. The documents also show that Morgan's rig was not supposed to be on the road, that he had placed fake tags on it, and that Morgan was not in possession of a commercial driver's license at the time. He's screwed. So Morgan is facing charges of involuntary manslaughter, misdemeanor death by vehicle, failure to reduce speed, and felony failure to move over for stopped emergency vehicles. Now, he has since been released from jail on bond, they say. No further information, which to me, obviously the fact that he tried to flee the scene and removed a tracking device, I'm really kind of surprised the courts would let the guy out on bond because he is a flight threat. But that is the story. Meanwhile, ComLab says, hey, a name I haven't heard in a while, Tom Bigby. Anything happening with Tom? Has he called the podcast? He has not called in to say hi to us. Obviously, we're still friends via Facebook, and we post back and forth every here and there. I know that he did get a gig at a radio station. His home 20 is now over in southeast Indiana somewhere. I think it's out towards Lawrenceburg, I believe. And he did get some sort of a radio gig at a country station somewhere there in southeast Indiana because he had posted some pictures over the summer where he was actually out in the field like old times doing a live remote broadcast. So, yeah, and I haven't spoke personally to Tom in a while, but there you go. Good to have you on board. Hey, Chad. Chad was on board there with us here till just a few minutes ago. He was listening in. He said, have a great night, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. That's great. Yeah, 15 car. He just said, I was wondering about Bigby as well. I know he had some health concerns at one point a few years ago. Yeah, he battled lung cancer. And he has, I guess when you win or whatever, it's called in remission. But he's been doing well. There you go. All right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Here's a great thing to consider doing right now before the end of the year. Call Medishare and find out just how much you would save by switching to Medishare, the affordable alternative to health insurance. When you call, you'll get some good news and probably be very happily surprised, too. The typical family saves $500 a month, but you might save even more. It's so worth it to at least find out. And you'll see why more than 400,000 people are already members. Medishare is a Christian community that's shared more than $4 billion in each other's healthcare costs. It really is remarkable, and they're very easy to talk to. And here's the thing. If you join before the end of the year, they'll waive your new member fee. That's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second. The call, and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
An NFL quarterback is weighing in once again on COVID-19.
Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is again taking aim at the NFL as COVID cases soar. Rodgers claims the league has a two-class system for players who test positive, treating those who are unvaccinated different from the rest. He made the comments during his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show. Rodgers himself missed a game last month with COVID and admitted to misleading people about being vaccinated. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Twitter has issued a suspension to Dr. Robert Malone, a key contributor to mRNA vaccine technology, who's more recently become a vocal critic of COVID-19 mandates and regulations. Malone is a physician scientist who's worked in the field of infection disease countermeasures. The Epoch Times reported he had more than 500,000 followers on Twitter. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Former President Barack Obama remembers the life of his friend, Senator Harry Reid.
Harry Mason Reid Jr. was an American lawyer and politician who served as Nevada Senator from 1987 to 2017. He led the Senate Democrat caucus from 2005 to 2017 and was a Senate Majority Leader from 2007 to 2015. President Obama on MSNBC remembers his friend.
I'm going to miss him. I don't know anybody who understands more his roots, where he came from, what it means to not have anything when you're born and scramble and scrape and work to get something.
Harry Reid died Tuesday in the Las Vegas suburb of Henderson, Nevada, at the age of 82. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
New York City business owners are speaking out against New York City's vaccine mandates. It requires kids 5 and up to show proof of vaccination against COVID-19 in businesses like restaurants, movie theaters, and museums. One business owner spoke to Fox and Friends.
This is coming at the wrong time when the weather changes and people are going out less, particularly in the Northeast. We agree and believe that you should come to our restaurants and be vaccinated, but I think we got to slow down. I don't think some of these kids have had the opportunity to get vaccinated.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio said the number one job is to protect people. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All righty, somebody just sent me the link to the story out of Wayne County, Illinois. This happened like during the overnight hours last night. Wayne County, Illinois sheriff's deputy reportedly shot and killed in the line of duty and found along Interstate 64 this past morning. And the man suspected in the killing is accused of embarking on a multi-state carjacking and robbery spree until he was arrested later in the day. A Facebook post from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office identified the deputy as Sean Riley. He had reportedly responded to a vehicle assist call near the Illinois-Indiana border sometime overnight. When another officer arrived on the scene, Wednesday, he found Riley dead and the deputy's squad car missing. The squad car was eventually found abandoned along the interstate. In a news release here just this past evening, state police identified the suspect in Riley's killing as 40-year-old Ray Tate of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. After the shooting, police believe Tate carjacked a semi near where Riley's abandoned cruiser was found. Tate reportedly held the semi-driver against his will while the driver took him to a gas station in St. Peters, Missouri, about 7 o'clock yesterday morning. There, according to Fox 2, a man state police believe is Tate shot another person in the shoulder and fled the scene in that victim's 2017 Chevy Cruze. It was reportedly part of what Illinois State Police called a series of carjackings, robberies, and shootings. Tate then traveled back into Illinois with a kidnapped victim in another stolen vehicle. Wow. That vehicle was eventually located at a house in rural Clinton County. Inside the residence, police believe Tate held a kidnapped victim and the homeowner hostage until SWAT units were able to get inside and arrest Tate without further incident. Transferred to the Clinton County Jail, preliminary charge of first-degree murder. A procession of police cars accompanied Deputy Riley's body as it was taken to the Vanderburgh County morgue for an autopsy this past day. They then followed him back home to Illinois. So yes, I mean, literally days after Christmas. I mean, does that even matter? Any time of year. It's just horrific. The evil that exists out there. Yeah, that's the only way you could describe that. That's the individual, an evil person. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. And as times get worse and money gets tighter and everything, more of that evil shows its nasty face.
Yes.
So anyways, this Ghislaine Maxwell. I guess you might as well mark it on the calendar that I'm making the prediction. I'm thinking she's going to end up with the same fate that Epstein ended up with. You know, he was on suicide watch in a special cell to prevent suicide.
Yeah.
What happened to him? Yeah. Was it really suicide? My wife said,
no.
Well, how do you know? How do you know it wasn't suicide? I'm like, he was on suicide watch. He's supposed to be protected from that. He's in a cell that's supposed to prevent that, and he committed suicide. Really? All right. Well, I'm thinking if Ghislaine Maxwell even thinks about speaking anybody's name, I think she's going to suffer the same fate because there's too many names out there that can't be mentioned for being involved with that type of situation.
She may mysteriously contract COVID here in a few days and suddenly die. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm marking it on the calendar as my prediction, but I hope it doesn't come true. But either way, her fate's pretty well sealed one way or another. The case you just read about down there, what was that, North Carolina, you said, the first one there where you had the guy that didn't have a CDL but was in an unlicensed commercial motor vehicle and caused all that carnage. Why wasn't he charged with felony manslaughter? Why was it a misdemeanor manslaughter? I mean, if you're taking and driving a tractor trailer and you commit that type of damage and carnage and kill people, you knowingly did something wrong. Again, this is back to intent and everything. That's a pretty serious crime. I think they missed that one. I think it should have been a felony manslaughter instead of a misdemeanor manslaughter.
I guess
with a misdemeanor.
That's where district attorneys have to look into whether what they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And I guess they have to look at it. Yes, he knew he was driving a vehicle without a license, driving an unlicensed vehicle, but did he knowingly, willfully go out there intending to kill anyone on that particular day?
I guess we'll find out if we can follow the court case at all.
Right.
So we'll see how all this comes out, because the one out in Colorado, it happened in 19, and just all of a sudden we got the results, and then it wasn't very publicized on what was going on with it. So we'll see how much this goes, because a lot of these cases ends up that way. You hear about the initial time, and then a couple years goes by, and it's like you kind of forgot about it, and then there's the verdict or whatever, and possible sentencing, and everybody's like, oh yeah, I kind of remember that, but you got to go back and really study it to actually remember exactly which one it was. So anyways, so do you think that the how is it Monkey Gouger calls them their FSMSCYMCA?
Right.
How is it he calls? Yeah. Do you think they monitor this program at all? Do you think they keep track of the drivers that call into your show and are on hold, and when you pick up the phone?
I wouldn't think. No, probably not. Nah, they're a bunch of suits and ties, pencil pushers, number crunchers. They're not paying attention to the actual driving public.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was good. Maybe they listen to the podcast. I know they can't stay up this late at night or early morning. But maybe they listen in the podcast now. But I was just thinking, a couple of your callers there, might be qualified for a sleep apnea test there. One of them in particular there seemed like he was peeling the wallpaper off the sleeper there the other night.
Eagle. I'll ask Eagle about that if he's ever had an apnea study done.
Yeah, I mean, what does he say to the medical examiner when they ask him if he snores? So anyway, I've never heard myself snore, so I can't tell you that I snore. I've never heard myself snore.
Me either.
But I will tell you one thing. I normally don't sleep in a position where I will snore, because I am a face down sleeper. I'm a stomach sleeper. And for the most part, you don't snore sleeping on your stomach. You have to lay on your back to be able to snore, have your tongue fall backwards there and restrict your airway. So anyway, but I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. Had a kind of dampness out here around D.C. It wasn't too bad. Off and on wipers, misty stuff up to Baltimore, and got up to the Mason-Dixon line, and we've had steady rain all the way up here. I'm all the way far north. It's Reading, Pennsylvania. Somewhere or another on this board here, I picked up a chance card. Said, take a ride in the Reading Railroad. I'm up here. You got any idea where the Reading Railroad is? I keep finding Norfolk and Southern. Can't find no Reading Railroad. You got any idea where it is? Tried to pass go and collect $200.
I think you got to pull out your Monopoly game out of the closet. You'll find it there.
There you go. All right. Well, you have a good night there, and we'll catch you later there, Your Honor.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. Rolling up on 17 past the hour. And the autonomous truck company known as Too Simple, TU Simple. I guess they've reached a milestone. A semi-truck guided by technology from the Too Simple completed an 80-mile route in Arizona with no human on board and no human intervention during the trip. According to the company this past day, San Diego-based Too Simple said it's the first successful, fully autonomous run by a Class 8 vehicle or semi on open public roads with no human intervention. Now, the nighttime trip earlier this month started at a rail yard in Tucson, ending at a distribution center in Phoenix with approval and supervision from the Arizona Department of Transportation and Law Enforcement. Too Simple, founded in 2015, they say they have 70 autonomous trucks, but another step in the direction of autonomous technology. 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, that is our number, and we've got several lines available. Hey, from the email bag, let me see here. Got an email from Rambler. Said, hey, Steve, I heard you talking about Brooklyn on last night's program and how we lost him. I didn't know that he had passed away. Can you maybe tell the story? What happened to him? Anyway, take care. Have a happy new year. Rambler out. Yeah, I cannot remember what year that was, but I'm thinking it's got to be somewhere 8-10 years ago now. But, he was out there like he always was. He had stopped in, I believe, at a TA truck stop. And if memory serves, I think Lobster was the last one to talk to him, but sitting there at the dining table, waiting for food or whatever, just suffered a massive heart attack and, died right there. You just never know. Like I said, he had actually left me a voicemail earlier that day, and Lobster said he had talked to him just a short time earlier, and you just never know. Boom. When your time comes, the good Lord took him home. And like I said, it's probably been 8 or 10 years ago by now. Because time flies, Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I will be working tomorrow night, so we'll just save our Happy New Year greetings for tomorrow.
Okay.
I want to talk about two things. The first thing I want to talk about is No Handle, who came down with COVID-19, had to go to the hospital with COVID-19 pneumonia. It's been off for, I'd say, at least 2 months or more. And I would imagine, I've seen a text that he had wrote a bunch of us stating that if he had to do all over again, he probably would have taken the COVID-19 shot.
Mm.
So, and I guess I could see his point. My relay guy, first name is Dan, was off for 2 months because of COVID-19 pneumonia himself. And he was off for 2 months. Now, Joe, Mr. No Handle, is still not back at work yet. And I guess they're waiting for his lungs to come back up to the full capacity oxygen level in his blood, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what they're waiting on, but he's still off. But it was brought to my attention that last week you had brought up an article that the government is talking about tipping us to prove that we've had the COVID-19 shot. Is that true, or is the government looking into doing that?
That was
to
not
prove that we've had the COVID-19 shot.
That was not the United States. That was. There's several other countries, and I can't remember which country it was, but yeah, that is being done in. I can't remember the country. I haven't heard any discussions here, but I brought that up. When it starts somewhere, normally and eventually, it always ends up spreading around the world.
Right. I want to make it perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I am not for this, even though I brought it up about, about chipping us that way there's no human beings that are missing, children, women, et cetera, et cetera. I believe eventually in the future that probably will happen. You and I will probably be long gone before this happens. Yesterday you were talking about, artificial intelligence being used in our judicial system. Mm-hmm. You were talking about China. I believe that chipping is part of what we're talking about. Now, I do have a card that can prove that I've had the COVID-19 shot, but I'm sure you agree that card can be falsified, I'm sure. So it wouldn't surprise me that the government would even consider what we're talking about, even though that it would infringe upon our rights, and two, that then the government can know where we're at all the time. That invades our privacy and our freedom. And I agree that is a problem. Even Jolly Green doesn't want to put a chip underneath my skin either. So, but I wanted to bring it out and talk about it a little bit because the fact is it just goes to show you that, it's a possibility. Just like I said, it's like I told you, your dad years ago, that it's a possibility, even though we may not agree with it. But like I said, I don't see it happening right now. It could be 20, 30 years ago. It may be 50 years from now. I don't know. And I hope I never see that, Steve, to be honest with you. But I just want to thank you for voicing my opinion. And I will be calling you tomorrow night to wish you a Happy New Year, Steve. Really enjoyed this year. And happy anniversary, I will be... I don't know if you're going to be on next week or not. It sounds like you're on vacation. Am I right?
I'll be back in next week. I mean, I was going to be off this, tomorrow, Friday, and then Monday and Tuesday. We bumped that all to the next week, so I'll actually be here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, of next week.
I don't think you've been on vacation this year, have you?
Nothing more than like the holiday weekends and whatnot. The paid holidays. That's it.
Well, Steve, you want to know something? You deserve a vacation just like we do. I appreciate you, and like I said there, we can listen to podcasts while you're down there in Florida there playing around in the water with Captain Ron down there in Clearwater, But either way, man, I will call you tomorrow night. I appreciate you.
Yep.
And I also encourage you that to allow Eagle to speak his mind, even though you may not agree. I don't believe in cutting off some strong supporters of your show, even if we disagree with them.
Sure, yeah.
I thank you for sticking to your guns and allowing someone to speak their mind, even though when you don't disagree. So I just want to tell you, I appreciate you, Steve, okay? Either way, have a good night. I will be listening tonight, okay?
Thank you, Jolly Green. Yeah, all right, so this wasn't the exact story I shared, but, since he asked about it, yes, this was like, let me see here, from the 21st, so just over a week ago, from the Orlando Sentinel. Yeah, they're in Florida, which says a rice-sized microchip implanted under your skin could become your vaccine passport. A Swedish tech startup says the device could be customized to display people's COVID vaccination records. A company called Epicenter, based in Stockholm, said anyone who opts for the microchip implantation can later change their minds and have the device removed. Right now, it's very convenient to have a COVID passport always accessible on your implant, says the chief distribution officer. The chip uses what they call near-field communication, NFC, to send the data to devices like smartphones that can read them. It's the same type of technology that's used in most of your contactless credit cards and mobile payments. These devices have a range of practical applications. They can act as a key fob or a form of payment. Or they can be programmed to store data, like, for instance, your resume. All you have to do is hold a smartphone over the chip to program it. They are not dissimilar from the identification chips that we installed in our cats and dogs. The novelty of the technology makes some people uncomfortable enough to label it as creepy, dystopian, or even apocalyptic. Many responses to the video that they had posted were negative and angry. I mean, the one that jumps out is me. You hear, the chip in your hand for form of payment. It just rings of the mark of the beast, and it does so to many people. Some noted that involuntary microchipping via vaccination was a conspiracy theory last year. There were a lot of people saying, hey, if you get that shot, you're actually getting injected with a microchip. There was a poll taken in May of last year that found 44% of Republicans believed that Bill Gates was working on a COVID vaccine because he wanted to plant a microchip. That was from the New York Daily News. So the conspiracy theories are out there, but the chip is real, and there are apparently some discussions. I don't see it among the leadership in the country at this point. But trust me, that time will eventually come. And we'll get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Thank you!
Thank you.
That's just a few of the Track Grabber owners saying thank you. Track Grabber is a unique and simple tool to add extreme traction to your car or truck when you need it. The Track Grabber patented Extreme Traction Kit includes a mounting strap and traction blocks tough enough to lift you out of almost anywhere. Track Grabber Extreme Traction has long been the secret of the U.S. Border Patrol, the Department of Justice, the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and many more. Now they're available to you. Be the hero this year. Give the gift of rescue. Skip the stuck. Don't have your loved ones waiting for help. Track Grabber installs as easily as a jumper cable. In minutes, you'll have the extreme traction to get on stable ground. All the details are at trackgrabber.com. That's TRACGRABBER.com. That's trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR for 20% off. Flies are limited. Trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people,
The sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And welcome back. As far as our severe weather in the southeast, good news would be we haven't really seen, we're not seeing storms reaching the severe levels as we were a couple of hours ago, but definitely torrential rain in some of these cells, especially back into central portions of Alabama. There's a lot of flash flood warnings and widespread flash flood watches they've issued throughout that region. Some very heavy rain, south of Birmingham. You have the training of the storms. You'd have a heavy cell come through, then a little break, and another heavy cell. That's why you're seeing the flooding issues. Still some fairly heavy rains in and around Atlanta, but that line has begun to lose a bit of the punch. So again, not seeing any severe weather, but the tornado watch does remain in place until 5 a.m. Eastern time. For central Alabama. Now it's central and east central Alabama and through central portions of Georgia up into western South Carolina. There you go. Meanwhile, they report from New York, the days of having your home heated with a wood furnace may be going away in the state of New York. There's a pending law that will begin to outlaw heating devices that create carbon emissions. The bill known as the New York State Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act was signed in 2019. It begins to have a big impact this coming year, 2022. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill would modify the Environmental Conservation Law to establish the New York State Climate Action Council and greenhouse gas emissions limits and reporting requirements, and provisions to address potential impacts on disadvantaged communities. According to the bill, this portion of the law will go into effect as of October. The bill would take effect the same date as a chapter of the law of the 2019 relating to a permanent environmental justice advisory group, except that the community air monitoring program required by Section 2 of the Act would take effect October 1 of 2022. Similar to the reasons that there will not be any gas ATVs available in New York State, this new law aims to end the damage to the environment that is caused by outdoor boilers or wood-burning furnaces. Do you realize how absolutely asinine that sounds, New York? You will not allow people to heat their homes with a wood-burning furnace at a time when literally millions of acres of forest, aka wood, could very well be burning out west. Do you really think this is going to have any sort of impact on the global environment? In New York City, new buildings will not be hooked up to gas for heating or cooking. These are going to be rolled out in phases, but it's something to prepare for as we get ready to start a new year in the state of New York. No wood-burning stove, but millions of acres of forest. And it's not just the United States. It's all over the damn planet where you have forest fires, wildfires burning at any given time. Guarantee you, there are fires burning somewhere on this planet right now. That's what you get with your ignorant leadership in places like New York. You know, keep on voting for the Democrats there, New Yorkers. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road. It looked like, Steve, I'm going to have to give a disclaimer on this before I say what I got to say right quick, due to some comments that I heard a couple of callers ago. Let me say this right quick, Steve. You have never tried to stop me from saying what I wanted to say.
No, I
on
have
this
not.
radio show.
Yeah.
I don't know where that guy said that, but let me put it to him this way: if that was the case, I would no longer call the show, because as you know, Steve, I say what's on my mind, and I have no problem saying it to you or anybody else, because I'm a free American. I'm gonna continue to stay a free American, which gives me the right to say anything I want to say. And if you don't like it, that's your problem, not mine. And I'm not talking to you, Steve. I'm talking to that certain caller that mentioned my name. For some reason, he likes to talk about me for some reason. And I've asked him several times not to talk about me, because believe me, my friend, I'm not your friend and don't want to be your friend. And hopefully the feeling is mutual. Now, let me, and hopefully you're listening to what I'm saying right now, my man. Now, let me move on to what I'm saying, Steve, because like I told you, Steve, I believe in calling it like I see it.
Hello, Eagle. All right.
I'm not gonna
All right. I'm sorry. You were breaking up a little bit there. You're back now, though. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. Yeah. Let me to the front of the truck. You'll be able to hear me a little bit better when I get to the front. Okay. Now let me say this, Steve. I told you, I said something last night. The words came out of my mouth the wrong way. From now on, when I talk about the coronavirus, the only people that I'm addressing is my immediate family and people that are associated with me. As for your listeners on the show, from now on, just consider yourself not a part of my conversation. I said to me last night that the vaccination is a waste of time. And I'm talking about my immediate family. I'm advising them not to be associated with the vaccine or not to take the vaccine. I'm not talking to anybody else on your radio show or anybody that listens. You do what you want to do. I don't know you, don't want to know you. I'm talking to my immediate family when I say I'm advising them, because the vaccine does not work. I got proof to back up what I'm saying. You can go to your local mortuary right now and see people that are laying in a graveyard that have been fully vaccinated. So there's no argument as far as I'm concerned when it comes to if the vaccination works, because it doesn't. And like I say, for Joe Biden to continue to come on television night after night, day after day, and tell people and try to make people like me feel guilty, which he will never do, because this is my body and I do what I want to do with it. And if I choose to get vaccinated, that's what I do. And if I choose not to, I won't. Simple as that. And there's nothing that Joe Biden can do about it. So he can come on television every night and preach the same thing about a vaccination that doesn't work all he wants, because I won't listen to him, because I know that he's nothing but a liar, and he'll continue to lie to the American people. And it's up to you to turn your television set off, and so you don't have to listen to his lies anymore. So here's how it goes, Steve. We're coming up on the new year. We're coming up on 2020, 2000, and see, you done got me so angry. We coming up on 2020 or whatever the hell, because I'm so mad now I can't even talk because of that guy, what he had to say. But yeah, like I said, see, we coming up on a new year, And we still got the same deal going on. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going to talk about Corona because all it does is aggravate me. I'm going to talk about the police situation in America. Okay, after the George Floyd situation, we had people in America saying that we needed to do away with the police force. We needed to do away with the police. The police was the problem. They were assaulting innocent people. Okay, so these so-called woke people, and that's this so-called woke nation that we have now. They got what they wanted. They got the police in a stand-down position all over America in certain cities such as Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, Baltimore, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, and Houston, Texas. So all these states, and the list go on and on. Jacksonville, Florida, all these areas have seen an increase in the crime. San Francisco, California, you got people busting in the stores, taking whatever the hell they want to take out. You got what you wanted. You say we didn't need a police force in America, so you see the result of not having a police. You got people going. You got basically a wild, wild west in America right now. People doing what the hell they want to do. So these people got what they wanted, and then they'll keep your mouth closed, like I told you last year when it happened, Steve. These same people that say that they don't want the police, they don't like the police. Guess who they dial up? You got a family member that's involved with the law enforcement. Guess who they dial up when they got an emergency? The same people that hate the law, they call 911 when something bad happens to them. So I have no sympathy for these people whatsoever. You that live in these major cities, Detroit, Michigans, and the Chicagos. You got what you wanted. You didn't want no police on the street, so now the streets are buck wild. You got drugs on the streets, prostitution, you name it. You can't even, some areas you can't even go outside without being gunned down in broad daylight. So you got guys running, like you said, the guy in North Carolina driving a truck without a CDL license. You got to run over a police officer, then try to evade the scene, and then they wonder why it's systematic. And then they got the nerve to get a guy a bond, and he's already tried to run. What do you think this guy? I promise you that guy is gonna, as soon as they release him from jail, he's gonna be on the move again, and they'll have to chase him down again. And like just like the guy up there in Milwaukee that ran them people in Christmas, Steve. That guy shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. He had already tried to run over his girlfriend, and now he had to run over all these people at a Christmas festival for them to determine that this man was dangerous. They lock him in a jail cell. Same thing with the boy up there in Michigan that shot up the school. This punk kid had been in trouble with the school authorities and everything. He had to go and shoot all these innocent kids in the school before they realized that he was a dangerous individual. And this all goes back to this so-called woke nation of you gotta treat people this way. You gotta actually do something bad before you can put somebody behind bars. So like I said, you people got what they wanted, Steve. They wanted the police. They wanted to put police off the street. They wanted to take the law out of the police hands. So now you handle it yourself. And it just aggravates me what's happening in America. I'm seeing this country being destroyed one brick at a time, day after day after day. A country that I grew up in, that I love, it's being slowly but surely being destroyed, Steve. And we'll be coming up on the new year. And as far as I'm concerned, nothing just to celebrate. That's the reason why I told you last night that I was going to continue to drive my truck over the New Year's holiday, because as I see right now, we still got 3 years of pure hell with this guy, this loser, this imposter that we have in the White House right now. We got 3 more years to deal with this guy. And like I said, like I told you a couple weeks ago, Steve, by the time it's all said and done, by the time Joe Biden leaves, well, there probably won't be no United States of America at the rate we're heading right now with the inflation, fuel prices, everything, the COVID virus, the crime out of control. You tell me how we gonna survive these next 3 years, and then you ask me why I'm so angry and upset. Well, if you happy about the current condition of the United States of America, apparently you don't live in the same country I live in. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you. Have a good morning. He's 100% correct. As he was speaking there, if you're watching, you may have seen me go over to my stack of research, and right there in the mix states among the 12 cities that experienced record levels of violence in 21, many have instituted sweeping reforms over the past 2 years to reduce police funding, overhaul law enforcement policies, or put fewer people behind bars. The changes that city leaders around the nation pursued, of course, in the aftermath of George Floyd. But even after some Democrat lawmakers have begun to rethink the reforms, as the number of homicides and crime has increased dramatically. Although some of the cities are setting homicide records, did not specifically pursue the left-wing policies, the national database, or the debate surrounding race and policing, overall worsened structural problems, such as officer shortages that experts say contributed and continues to contribute to this increase in violence. Prime example, Philadelphia, which broke its previous homicide record this year after the liberal district attorney got rid of cash bail for many low-level offenses, which meant fewer criminals going to prison, and if they did, for shorter periods of time. City leaders also diverted funding away from law enforcement toward other priorities, like counselors. Columbus also broke records for homicides this year, the second year in a row that they've set a record in that category. The rise in homicides as Columbus Police Department officials reported the departure of many officers that has strained their capabilities. Following the backlash against police, city leaders and the police department agreed in July of 2020 to a policy that would limit the police's ability to arrest suspects for nonviolent offenses. And last December, a state panel banned the use for all Ohio police departments. These policies are prompting officers to seek jobs elsewhere. Indianapolis, another city that set a record for homicides 2 years in a row. Although Indiana's largest city did not slash their police budget, it did place new limits on when officers can use deadly force. They banned chokeholds and requiring officers to report any appropriate behavior they witness among their fellow police officers. Now, Portland, of course, they slashed $15 million from the police budget last year. And this year, surprise, surprise, broke a homicide record that has stood since 1987. The unintended consequences, huh? But most of us with common sense knew this would happen. As the violence continues to get worse, Portland's liberal mayor has proposed adding money back to the police force so they can deal with their recruiting difficulties as officers continue to leave the force in higher than normal numbers. The price you pay for your liberal leadership. It's very simple. All right, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Would that be Shaky this morning? What's happening?
Happy Monday, Steve.
Monday for you, is it?
Oh, yeah. I worked my 2 hours, though, so I'm done for the rest of the night.
Oh,
Put
okay.
my 2 hours in, got everything done. But, yeah. Man, I called in to have a nice, calm conversation till Eagle called in and got my pissed off all fired up.
What'd he say to get you all
Talking
fired
about
up?
all these, he's mentioning all these cities and everything, and you happen to mention Indianapolis, which I live in Indiana, and about all these reform bills and everything.
Yeah.
Do you know who helped Indiana write their reform bill? You ever heard of a guy called Malik Muhammad?
Malik, was that like the Sheikh Mohammed?
No, it was Malik Muhammad. He was a guy that led one of the protests to the governor's mansion here in Indiana, walking for BLM, walking down the street, chanting all this anti-cop stuff, F the police and kill the police and this and that. Our governor of Indiana invited him in for a sit-down, one-on-one, and help write the reform bill for police. Can you believe that? And then
Doesn't
turned out
surprise
later
me.
he was wanted for murder in Washington or something.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty much a murderer helped write Indiana's police reform bill. Amazing. So anyway, now that that's out of the way, I heard you talking about Bigby earlier. You say he's alive and well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, good. I hadn't heard from him for years. I used to call him all the time when he was in for you on the weekends and I was running Lima. I used to call in or email him all the time. But yeah, I hadn't heard about him for years. I didn't know what he was up to.
Yeah, he moved out of Cincinnati. Like I said, he now resides there in southeast Indiana. And I don't know the name of the station he's working for, but I think he's doing maybe some part-time or something. I'm not sure, but.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good to hear. Glad he's doing well.
Mm-hmm.
But I know he's talking about them the chips where you use them to like pay for things.
Yeah. What do you think of that idea? Yep.
Well, I watched a show on I think it was Discovery Channel or History, one of them channels like that. It's probably been 4 or 5 years ago because that was back when I watched TV a lot. They over in Europe, according to that show, they already had that in there. Already got that because guys were showed, like they did this little show, and one of the guys had that chip implanted in him, and he was going out to the nightclubs instead of having to show his ID and use his credit cards and cash. They just scanned the web of his hand. He'd get in the door that way, then he'd order drinks. And then when he went to leave, they just scanned his hand again. He didn't have to carry no cash on him, no ID or no nothing. He said, "Oh, I love it." He said, "I don't have to worry about getting robbed or mugged or nothing like that because I don't ever carry anything with me.
Right.
So it's been, according to that show, it's been out for quite a few years over there in Europe.
I know the technology exists. I don't believe there's any countries that are forcing people. It's all voluntary right now. But yeah, they can attach your credit card number or whatever to the chip. So yep. So you don't have to carry cash. You know, as things like, you know, because we know they're going to the cashless society anyway. And yeah, but you can steal a debit card or a credit card just as easily as you can steal cash out of a purse or a wallet. I mean, we know that eventually it's going to go to some other form of something that's going to be, probably in the form of a chip or something that you can't steal. And I guess you could cut somebody's hand off, though, couldn't you?
Well, I was wondering, how people can walk up behind you now with an RFID reader and like scan your back pocket or wherever you carry your stuff and get to all your. I wonder if they could do the same thing. If they could come up with something where they just kind of brush it over your hand. You wouldn't even really know it, but do the same. Same principle. Know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
The
I wonder
RF.
if that's a possibility.
All right, Shaky. Well, thank you very much. It's the RFID chip technology and whatnot. So, all right. Hello to the Rebel, Bruce, a.k.a. the Rebel. We're home in South Florida, and I came down with the COVID. We're going to go for the monoclonal antibodies today. Everybody have a great day. I think saw a headline where I think in many parts of Texas, so many people have been coming down with the COVID, and they've nearly exhausted their supply of the monoclonal antibodies. But all right, we'll get our news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Here's a great thing to consider doing right now before the end of the year. Call Medishare and find out just how much you would save by switching to Medishare, the affordable alternative to health insurance. When you call, you'll get some good news and probably be very happily surprised, too. The typical family saves $500 a month, but you might save even more. It's so worth it to at least find out. And you'll see why more than 400,000 people are already members. Medishare is a Christian community that shared more than $4 billion in each other's healthcare costs. It really is remarkable, and they're very easy to talk to. And here's the thing. If you join before the end of the year, they'll waive your new member fee. That's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second. The call, and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
An NFL quarterback is weighing in once again on COVID-19.
Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is again taking aim at the NFL as COVID cases soar. Rodgers claims the league has a 2-class system for players who test positive, treating those who are unvaccinated different from the rest. He made the comments during his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show. Rodgers himself missed a game last month with COVID and admitted to misleading people about being vaccinated. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Twitter has issued a suspension to Dr. Robert Malone, a key contributor to mRNA vaccine technology, who's more recently become a vocal critic of COVID-19 mandates and regulations. Malone is a physician scientist who's worked in the field of infection disease countermeasures. The Epoch Times reported he had more than 500,000 followers on Twitter. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Former President Barack Obama remembers the life of his friend, Senator Harry Reid.
Harry Mason Reid Jr. was an American lawyer and politician who served as Nevada Senator from 1987 to 2017. He led the Senate Democrat caucus from 2005 to 2017 and was a Senate Majority Leader from 2007 to 2015. President Obama on MSNBC remembers his friend.
I'm going to miss him. I don't know anybody who understands more his roots, where he came from, what it means to not have anything when you're born and scramble and scrape and work to get something.
Harry Reid died Tuesday in the Las Vegas suburb of Henderson, Nevada, at the age of 82. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
New York City business owners are speaking out against New York City's vaccine mandates. It requires kids 5 and up to show proof of vaccination against COVID-19 in businesses like restaurants, movie theaters, and museums. One business owner spoke to Fox and Friends.
This is coming at the wrong time when the weather changes and people are going out less, particularly in the Northeast. We agree and believe that you should come to our restaurants and be vaccinated, but I think we got to slow down. I don't think some of these kids have had the opportunity to get vaccinated.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio said the number one job is to protect people. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Obviously, you heard that mentioned there, the Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel. Yeah, many areas around the country, you haven't needed a whole lot of diesel fuel treatment. Again, for much of the country, up to date, that is really going to be changing here as we roll into the new year. As a big time, the Arctic outbreak begins to move into the northern and central portions of the country. Got the 7-day outlook in front of me, and we're going to be talking temperatures in the single digits and sub-zero temperatures. Sweeping into the Dakotas and Minnesota. And that would be, let's see, day number 3 ahead of us here as we look on ahead toward on into the new year. Those bitterly cold temperatures continue to spread south and east. Eventually, a rude awakening even in the southeast. Now, it's not going to be like sub-freezing sort of weather. Definitely going to feel a taste of old man winter, though. But if your travel plans are going to have you into those northern reaches of the country, in the coming days, yes, be aware. Start treating that fuel, because probably for the first time this season, we're going to see some of that big time gelling up. And it wouldn't hurt to have a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Rescue on hand. If you do happen to gel up, that bottle of Winter Rescue, if you keep that in the side box or wherever you keep your additives and oils and whatnot in the truck, you can dump that in and get yourself back up and running so you can get to your destination, a safe place, rather than being stuck right there on the side of the road. You can always get 10% off your entire purchase at hotshotsecret.com. Just use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. And that's 10% in addition to 10% that you already get if you're a first responder, active duty, or a veteran in the military, a holder of a commercial driver's license, which most of you would fall into those categories, right? So there you go. All right, looking at 12 past the hour. Welcome back. Oh, our beloved Dr. Fauci, who of course told Americans to ban your unvaccinated family members from your Christmas gatherings. Yeah, I got a nasty surprise for Christmas. The book entitled The Real Dr. Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was the #1 book on Amazon's top sellers list. It also skyrocketed onto Amazon's nonfiction bestseller list for the week of Christmas. Apparently, this was the perfect Christmas gift for many Americans. Fortunately, they say the left-wing Amazon founder Jeff Bezos did not follow in the footsteps of some of the other big tech companies by banning the book. Now, Fauci himself does not take criticism very well, as we've seen him raise to sainthood among the liberals in this country, pushing for more and more COVID-related restrictions and policies, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, lockdowns. The narcissistic doctor blows a gasket at the mere sight of any sort of negative publicity. For example, he was aghast to learn Americans do not trust him, given his history of hypocrisy, flip-flops, and failed predictions. He was doing a radio interview with Hugh Hewitt. Fauci says, "Are you kidding me? I'm trying to explain to you the truth." Hewitt fired back, "I have lost confidence in the CDC and the FDA, and I actually believe a lot of Americans, a significant part of America, now have lost confidence in you, Dr. Fauci." Well, when asked whether he will ever step aside due to the fact that he's doing more harm than good, Fauci said, quote, "No, absolutely, unequivocally, no." How about a little snippet of what was in the book, The Real Dr. Anthony Fauci? Yeah, The Real Anthony Fauci. The book says Bill Gates, big pharmaceuticals, global war on democracy and public health confronts the depiction of Fauci as a hero by the pharmaceutical-funded mainstream media, which Kennedy argues is anything but. As the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci dispenses $6.1 billion in annual taxpayer-provided funding for scientific research, allowing him to dictate the subject, the content, and outcome of scientific health research around the planet. He uses that financial clout at his disposal to wield extraordinary influence over hospitals, universities, journals, and thousands of influential doctors and scientists whose careers and institution he has the power to ruin or advance or even reward. The author's findings will alarm every American Democrat or Republican alike if they care about democracy, our Constitution, and the future of our children's health. Kennedy Jr. examines Fauci's history during the AIDS crisis, during which he says the up-and-coming public health doctor partnered with the pharmaceutical industry to sabotage safe and effective off-patent therapeutic treatments for the what was then novel virus. Fauci orchestrated fraudulent studies and then pressured the Food and Drug Administration regulators into approving a deadly chemotherapy treatment that he had good reason to know was worthless against AIDS. Fauci repeatedly violated federal laws to allow his pharmacy partners to use impoverished and dark-skinned children as lab rats in deadly experiments with toxic AIDS and cancer chemotherapies. The book also looks at Fauci's history of partnering with billionaire Bill Gates to control an increasingly profitable global vaccine initiative in crooked collusion with elected officials, news media, and social media to establish the Pharma-Fauci-Gates Alliance, which actually exercises dominion over global health policy. Read the book. Yeah. We all know what FJB means, right? Uh-huh. All right, let's get to Chefy Guy this morning. What's happening?
Hey, you know what? I know we all get on here and we bump heads with each other. I think Shaky missed a bit what Eagle was saying. So, Eagle, don't get you up in this. Remember, we're listening, and at the same time, we're, driving down the road, making sure no deer running out in front of us. Some moron in a four-wheeler don't cut us off or what. Trying to guess what they're planning on doing in the next second. Sometimes we miss. I never heard Eagle ever support a BLM or Antifa situation. And I think he was saying that the police reform has only hurt his community. So other than that, whether hey, and if you feel like you get picked on, that just means you got to be like me. You got to be a bit of narcissistic. If they picking on you, buddy, then you're good. And when you're good, everybody wants a piece of you. But I think we could all come there. I don't care who. Right now, I think we could all get together and agree on this. And you all call in and you tell me where I'm screwed up. But Anthony Fauci is the one he's at 110-year prison sentence. And every dime needs to be pulled from his bank account and has to be help compensate for the American people and their and it needs to be put back in the government to be compensation for the loss of income for the people of the United States with his decision. And oh my goodness. But that guy on Twitter and hey Twitter, Facebook, all you people, I'm telling you. All right, the pendulum's going to swing the other way if what they're saying is going to be true, and there's going to be a great big shift in Congress. Guess what? You might find out someday that you're going to get broke up because you're political malingering and siding with one side over the other, and some of you businesses think, oh well, we can do this because the government says that we should go ahead and have these mandates and force people to put foreign matter into their bodies. Well, guess what? All it takes is a shift. All it takes is a shift in politics, and all of a sudden they can go back and say, all right, now you're going to be held liable for anything that happens in them people's bodies that you forced them to take to make a living with. Because, yes, right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Well, in this country, the only way you're going to be able to pursue happiness is a job. And if you're going to be so perverted to force people to take some foreign matter in your body that nobody really knows what it's going to do 7 years, 5 years from now. Guess what? Politics can change on you. So put it at that. The reason I called was the amazing sentence. Involuntary manslaughter, the truck driver in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They charged him, like you said, they he was able to, pay the bail out and leave. He gets in a truck, has no business on the road, don't have a CDL license, kills an officer, and it's involuntary manslaughter. When they just convicted a female officer, 2 counts of reckless manslaughter, and in the video that they played many times on court TV, the woman absolutely believed that she had a taser in her hand, and it was her pistol. All right, I got to say this. I've never been in that position. The stress level, I've never been there.
Yep.
And I did, stress of being in that position. So I don't, negligent manslaughter. And then this driver comes in there and he killed 2 officers, or was it 1?
He killed 1 and injured 3.
North Carolina.
Killed 1, injured 3.
Injured 3.
Mm-hmm.
And see, sometimes you don't get all the information because we're out here trying to, drive the truck and everything. I have no, there you go. It's just, like you said, the prosecutors, I don't see where you let him go. There's just too much reason for him to go to Canada or go to some country, because if he's 50 years old and he goes to face any of this stuff, even on he's going to be life in jail at 50. It's beneficial for him to get out of the country. But it's just this stuff is all over the board, putting people in jail forever for one crime that they're ignorant, they're untrained, they have no business being where they're at, but they didn't even have a sense to know that they shouldn't have been where they're at. And then you had another guy that climbs in the truck, and he's at 50, he should know better. And I'm just trying to figure out how, every day I get in this truck, I try to keep everything squared away because I know I can get stopped anytime going down there to Charleston. They're out here. They work. I see blue lights every day. I have no concept of climbing in a semi-truck and not being, have a license or, hanging fake tags on the doggone. I see them go down the road. I imagine they have a fake IFTA sticker or something. I don't know how they get along with that. But I see them go down the road, run your tags, they'll have you drive through a rest area or something like that, and they'll be running. They know where you're at. They type it in. They know everything that truck's been doing. So I'm amazed at the situation in North Carolina. And I tell you what, it's you got to be a lawyer out here to drive these things anymore, I think. And just try your best to make it to the end of your career without anything happening. But the thing is that I'm looking at 44 years out here, and I've been blessed. I haven't had no accidents, and other than putting one into a ditch to keep from hitting a fellow driver. I was in the truck driving it the next day. It was no major deal. The other thing, I've been blessed all these years and nothing happening. But I know very well, that's why I've always kept my hands at 10 and 2, and I've always got my eyes on the road, because I've got one more mile ahead of me, and it can change my life forever. If somebody else does something stupid or I don't see them in time. So it's just prayers for everybody out there, and stay safe. And yeah, hey, guess what? It's just like my ship base in the Navy. I mean, we're close right now. Some of these guys I wouldn't have stayed on the same side of the mess deck with them. We fought all the time, because they were in different divisions. But you know what? A lot of these guys I wouldn't have had over to dinner to my house. But I tell you what, every single one of them on that ship, everybody did their job, and I was able to come home to my dinner table.
Yep.
So and that's the way I feel about us truckers out here. We may not agree on everything, and we may butt heads on everything, but there is so much more important things that we all agree about, and I think that's why we're drawn to this format, to this program, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. So, and it's getting close to that year, and it's been a wonderful year, and it's been a wonderful ride. So, go sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show, and don't everybody take things so personal. There you go, because I love listening to everybody gets on here. Other than that, we're going to come through the mail and sit back. Enjoy the show.
Thank you much.
Over now.
All right, 10-4. Do I dare say 10-4, good buddy? No, I wouldn't do that. All right, it is 844-844-3388 as we roll toward news break. Yeah, he was asking about, the accident there in North Carolina. There was a previous accident, so I don't know how many other Charlotte and Mecklenburg Police Department vehicles were there on the scene, but the truck crashed into 4 of those vehicles that were parked as officers investigated that previous wreck. Force of that impact, yes, killed Officer Mia Goodwin and injured 3 other officers. And someone sent me a message that apparently the funeral for Mia Goodwin, the officer, took place this past day, as a matter of fact. But, those are the charges. Involuntary manslaughter, misdemeanor death by vehicle, failure to reduce speed, and felony failure to move over for stopped emergency vehicles. Since released from jail on bond. That's all we know. Who knows? Where is 50-year-old Daniel Morgan at this hour? You could be headed anywhere. But okay, we'll get our news break in here, get back to your calls here just ahead as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House, and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Thank you! Thank you.
That's just a few of the Track Grabber owners saying thank you. Track Grabber is a unique and simple tool to add extreme traction to your car or truck when you need it. The Track Grabber patented Extreme Traction Kit includes a mounting strap and traction blocks tough enough to lift you out of almost anywhere. Track Grabber Extreme Traction has long been the secret of the U.S. Border Patrol, the Department of Justice, the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and many more. Now they're available to you. Be the hero this year. Give the gift of rescue. Skip the stuck. Don't have your loved ones waiting for help. Track Grabber installs as easily as a jumper cable. In minutes, you'll have the extreme traction to get on stable ground. All the details are at trackgrabber.com. That's TRACGRABBER.com. That's trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR for 20% off. Flies are limited. Trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
They're going to be looking for you in Arizona. What do you mean? Well, a recently announced partnership between the Arizona DOT and the Arizona Department of Public Safety. They say it's going to streamline commercial vehicle enforcement, according to the news release from the DOT. Arizona's ports of entry at interstate and international borders are of particular focus. We have a long-standing beneficial partnership that's dedicated to keeping our highways and freeways operating safely, according to the Arizona DOT director. Streamlining the Enforcement Services Bureau with a single management structure is a better use of personnel, uses financial resources more wisely, and strengthens public safety. As part of this partnership, 89 sworn Arizona DOT officers, enforcement officers, and 49 non-sworn personnel will be assigned to the Department of Public Safety Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Task Force on a full-time basis. The sworn DOT personnel are uniformed officers certified by the Arizona Peace Officer Standards and Training Board. They will provide commercial vehicle safety compliance, size and weight enforcement, oversize and overweight permitting, and other related sources near the state lines of California, New Mexico, and Utah, and at the international border of Mexico. The effective date for this plan, which is for 2 years initially, subject to annual renewal, begins on January the 8th, just days away. Press release said this will enhance border security at our ports of entry and provide consistent commercial vehicle enforcement to enhance the movement of intra- and interstate commerce. All right, there you go. As we get another hour underway, let's see here. Back to the phones we go. Yeah, Horse Feathers.
Take me back, Your Honor. Hey, I don't know if this happened recently or if it was in the past, but somebody put up a TikTok video there of a truck that was at the Newark International Airport there, Newark, New Jersey, and he apparently tried to get underneath an elevated section of highway and dislodged it. So I don't know, as I say, if it was current or old or what, but it's like, yeah, make sure you're following the signs and you are where you're supposed to be. But last night there, we're talking about the AI and everything. There was something on the news last night there. Apparently, I don't know if it was some sort of challenge that was out there, but somebody's Alexa told a 10-year-old girl to either half plug in or half unplug a plug from an outlet and touch it with a penny. So Alexa, I guess Amazon has it straightened out. There's I guess a glitch in one of their algorithms or something, but so Alexa was telling kids to stick pennies on plugs and outlets and see what happens.
See if you get
where that.
I think the story had something to do with she was with a teacher, and they were asking Alexa for various challenges to do, like for physical fitness challenges and things like that. And, if obviously the teacher was smart enough to know that, hey, no, you do not do that. And told Alexa, no, Alexa, no. And then notified, and they say they have fixed that. But how does Alexa get programmed? Is that artificial intelligence learning something? They told him to put the plug halfway into the socket, then cross the prongs with a penny. Ouch.
Yeah. So is that like population control, or are we looking, Darwin Awards?
I don't know. Alexa gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination.
There you go. So, and don't forget the first AI that was in the movies there. We kind of overlooked it there last night. Do you remember V'ger? Do you remember V'ger looking for its maker? Captain James T. Kirk.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was the old Voyager, but it was V'ger trying to come back from the outer limits of our galaxy, trying to find its maker. Yeah, watch out for V'ger. But anyways, and one last thing there, I did get a message there from Lucky Penny over the Christmas time there, and she's wanted to let everybody know that, the holiday was as best as it could be, with having lost Ranger Jack and everything go. But family was around and things were good. And she wanted me to say hi to the big radio star there that she has right up there, that if she could meet you, she said she'd feel like meeting Donald Trump.
Yeah, boy.
So anyways, just to, not to, well, I don't know, your hat probably won't fit your head this time now, will it? Anyway, but anyways, hey, with that, we'll let you get going there. But yeah, I just wanted to call back in and just remind you about V'ger. Maybe we should look more into that V'ger deal, because that, how many things in Star Trek have actually become in our everyday life now?
Yeah.
So, I mean, so
we have
so
not
anyways.
we have not perfected the beam me up abilities just yet.
I tell you what, when that happens, watch out. I've always thought of that. If you were on a road somewhere and it had, the road name, then there was a corresponding road in another town where you wanted to come out in. Like, if I was here in Reading, Pennsylvania on like Maple Street, and I wanted to be on Maple Street in Cincinnati, if you could drive down Maple Street in Reading, PA, and just come out on Maple Street in Cincinnati, wouldn't that be cool?
Oh boy, maybe one of these days. I mean, it's go back and watch some of those the cartoon, the Jetsons. How far have we come with that? Yeah, if memory serves, the Jetsons was the first where you could actually look at a little screen on the wall and talk to someone from somewhere else that's actually in the picture. That's not possible. Well, yeah, it is. All right, we're seeing a strong line of severe weather that passed through Alabama. I mentioned there were numerous tornado warnings, some of those confirmed this past evening. According to the reports, damage and destruction, the town of Winfield was hit especially hard. Now, no word on any injuries, but a number of posts via residents and whatnot of damage. Clear tornado damage downtown Winfield, Alabama. Valerie Bell reports crews are working hard to clean up damage downtown after a tornado touched down right before 7 p.m. Wednesday evening. All right, like I said, numerous videos sharing pretty much the same. Yeah, some ground video from Winfield, Alabama. Downtown looks pretty tore up, they're saying. Another report says, this is why we say never be in your car during a tornado. Look at what happened in Winfield, Alabama this evening. They've got a photograph of a vehicle that had an individual been in the driver's seat. It looks like it's got a big chunk of 2x4 had gone through the windshield, almost from a straight up to down kind of fashion. And after going through the windshield, it went kind of like through the top of the steering wheel, and the steering wheel is literally bent out, and the board is then kind of like impaled into the front seat. If someone had been in that vehicle, they would have been pretty much dead for sure. Wow. Okay, let's see, about 16 before the hour. Back to the phones. Hello there, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, 2x4s and windshields don't go together. Really
Yeah,
well,
especially, and it looks like it must have been moving. That 2x4 was moving at a high rate. How much pressure, how much does it take to literally bend that steering wheel, twist it?
Steve, about 15 years ago, there was a car going down Jessup Road, lost control, went into a wood fence in the front yard of somebody's house. Car wasn't going all that fast. The wood post, when the car hit it, split, came up through the windshield, through the steering wheel, and took this gentleman's top of his head off.
Wow.
Took it off. So it don't take too much. And my tornado's got a hell of a lot more power than that.
Yeah.
But hey, Steve, you remember me talking a couple months back about Mr. Kennedy Jr.?
I do.
Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. See, the key words in a portion of the book you read there was, what Fauci got control of?
Pharma, media.
$6 billion
Yeah.
of grant money funded by us. Don't tell me that man ain't got some power, man. What the hell? Anyway, Steve, I thought I'd get into the prediction game tonight, if you don't mind. Listen, I'm no expert on Ukraine, man. Listen, I really enjoy Vic's call, man. If he can enlighten me more about the Ukraine, but I think I got the basics down. Prior to World War II, Ukraine was really kind of under Russia control, right? After World War II, kind of split up the way we split everything up back then. And ever since World War II, Ukraine was neutral. They wanted to play nice with Russia, and they wanted to play nice with the United States. Russia didn't want Ukraine playing nicer with the United States, and we didn't want them playing nicer with Russia. And it remained that way all the way up until President Obama got in office. Him and the State Department, Steve, went into Ukraine. That's what started all this stuff on Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of money to be made in Ukraine, Steve. Big money, foreign aid money with kickbacks. You remember me telling you about George Soros going into Ukraine and, taking control of the gas, the energy companies over there, right? That was the whole deal with Biden's getting that prosecutor fired. Fire the prosecutor or you don't get the money. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
The whole Hunter Biden, CEO of a Ukraine gas company. So Obama got in there and started making friends, real better friends with Ukraine. Russia didn't like it. So my prediction is, Steve, if the United States pushes Ukraine into getting in the UN, Putin's not going to stand for that. He will cross lines with tanks. As long as I don't think we push Ukraine anymore and stay the hell out of their business, I think maybe everything will be okay over there. But, they got a long history over there, Steve. I mean, it's like anything else. It goes back centuries, what the Russia feels, how the United States feels. But I'm telling you, if you start seeing Ukraine getting pushed to go that way, that's what's going to put Russia.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that Vladimir Putin apparently requested to have a conversation with Joe Biden, which they're going to do today. I mean, an urgent phone call. What do you think he's so anxious to talk to Biden about today?
I don't know, other than what maybe I just told you, man. Stop pressuring Ukraine. Let them be neutral like they've been for several decades until, you guys came in here and started messing things up.
Yeah. So who's going to be the alpha male in this conversation today?
if Joe can stay awake, during the conversation. No, we talked about this before, Steve, back when, Biden's playing lifeguard and kids rubbing his legs, man. Putin's breaking legs, in the KGB, man. Come on. Putin just, he's just laughing at this guy, man. But hey, that's pretty much all I got. Hey, listen, I want to give a shout out to Eagle, man. I'll tell you what, Eagles, when he calls in, this man loves his country, so don't blame him for getting a little, man, what's the right word here? Enthusiastic, to back his country here and say what he thinks. I think everybody, for the most part, believes probably 99.9% of the stuff that man talks about. But I just want to give him a shout out. He's a great American man. He's a true patriot, and that's it. That's all I got, buddy.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll be here tomorrow night if you chime in. If not, have a happy New Year weekend coming up here. It's 9 before the hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let's see what's going on with the inbred redneck who says, I need help. I need help. What can I help you with, redneck?
Steve, I've had a horrible Christmas, buddy.
Oh, no.
I went to Las Vegas.
Oh, no.
A friend of mine, little sister, was going to marry me to help me out with my problems. We got into the chapel, and Elvis was going to marry us, and she backed out, said she just can't do it because of this Elvis character. Said to bring her all the way back home. Oh, my God. And then today, Steve, you know what happens to me today?
What's that?
Buddy, I put $200 in on a crypto on December the 18th and didn't really pay attention to it, and found out today it's worth $2 million. I don't know what I'm going to do. Steve, I can't find a bride. It's the end of the year. We got New Year's coming up, buddy. I am in big time trouble. Buddy, you gotta help me.
Well, if you put
Biden's gonna get all that money.
if you put 200 in and you got 2 million out, what seems to be the problem?
Steve, the problem is, buddy, altogether this year I made $2.75 million.
Okay.
And daggone, I don't want to give up $1.38 million to the government, buddy. I've done the math. I got to find a tax write-off somewhere, buddy. Can I adopt your children or grandchildren or something, buddy?
Just write a check to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive 501c3.
Okay, it's done, buddy. If we can get that paperwork lined up, think you can get a hold of Bill Cunningham so I can get a real shyster lawyer to get this worked out, buddy?
Exactly. There you go.
Hopefully he won't get stuck on his roof taking out his Christmas lights this year or something, you know, buddy?
Yeah.
How'd it go? Yeah, buddy. I guess a man could have worse problems in his life, you know, but, yeah, buddy, I try to get through 3 or 4 times. I was coming down the Cumberland Gap, and you know how eastern Kentucky is with modern technology, and then I hit the tunnel, and then I might as well forgot about it. I'm glad you finally got to me, buddy. Oh, but I've got a load of trouble. Maybe Dean Michaels, the tax doctor, can help me out, buddy, or something.
I mean, maybe he can find you some sort of tax write-offs. Yeah.
Yeah, I might hate it, but I might have to donate some money to like Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi to get a quick law through, buddy.
Oh boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Trump said, they're cheap. They get bought off for cheap, buddy. I mean, who knows? We get something passed last minute that, you know, they put in there. The inbred redneck is exempt from U.S. tax laws, buddy. I think that may be the way to go. I could probably get that done today. I'm going to call the tax doctor first. I hate to give money to the dark side. Buddy, I sent you that story on that Alexa deal there with the penny and the kid over in the UK.
Yeah.
I sent you another one too, buddy, about a crazy squirrel. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but I reckon this squirrel has terrorized the town. It has attacked over 18 people, buddy. And, yeah, it's a big deal. But you know how it goes with this new generation. They don't want to hurt anything except people that don't agree with their thought process, you know, and then they want you dead. You're a Nazi, you should die. But I'd say, you know, Steve, I could take care of that problem for that town, you know. One good 12-gauge shotgun shell and this crazy squirrel on the loose, buddy. I mean, I'm used to dealing with wild animals. I wrestled Hogzilla for years.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. I tell you what. But yeah, I'm in some deep doo-doo here, Steve. You know, maybe if some of these truck driver trainers out here have a young single woman in their truck, they really don't want to drive a truck, buddy. And you just want to hang around in the hot tub and look good or whatever, call Steve tonight. You know, we can work it out. We just got to get it worked out in the next couple of days, buddy. You know, because the end of the year's coming. That's the deadline. I'm trying to lower this tax burden. It's going to be awful if I don't, Steve. I'm really worried. Bad, buddy.
Yeah, like you
I
said.
don't want to give up that much money.
You're right. Well, just put it in a bank account. What is it? What they call them? A Swiss bank account, I think.
Yeah, I'll put it under your name. Don't worry, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work out. I got a friend that works at the bank there. I think it might work out, buddy.
Just don't forget.
All I need is your social security number.
Well, all I need is the PIN number.
Okay, we'll work it out, buddy. Just call me later. I'm sure we can get a few dollars off of there. Yeah. What do they call that? Laundromat money? Isn't that what the mob went to jail for?
No, don't worry about that. That was a long, long time ago. They're not following that stuff anymore.
Yeah, buddy. But I got bad news, buddy. Real bad news for you. I'm retiring, buddy. On the 31st, it's over with. No more truck driving for the inbred redneck. But every night I'm going to be calling in and aggravating you, buddy.
Oh, boy. That's thanks for the advanced warning. Everybody wants to retire all of a sudden, redneck.
Well, I got to think about it. Buddy, I'm just too pretty to work away the rest of my life. I mean, me marrying the stripper girl, it would have worked out, all except for that Elvis deal. You know, yeah, I always got to throw some goofy knot in every good situation here. Why couldn't I just got married in Kentucky at home? Oh, got to do something stupid and go to Elvis and get married. It's hard being an inbred redneck, buddy. I'm telling you what. The world just keeps beating you up.
Well, just hang in there. 2022's almost here. It's got to be a better year. Doesn't it? Yeah, please. Hey, we're up to the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. Eastern Time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Here's a great thing to consider doing right now before the end of the year. Call MediShare and find out just how much you would save by switching to MediShare, the affordable alternative to health insurance. When you call, you'll get some good news and probably be very happily surprised, too. The typical family saves $500 a month, but you might save even more. It's so worth it to at least find out. And you'll see why more than 400,000 people are already members. MediShare is a Christian community that's shared more than $4 billion in each other's healthcare costs. It really is remarkable, and they're very easy to talk to. And here's the thing. If you join before the end of the year, they'll waive your new member fee. That's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second. The call, and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
An NFL quarterback is weighing in once again on COVID-19.
Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is again taking aim at the NFL as COVID cases soar. Rodgers claims the league has a 2-class system for players who test positive, treating those who are unvaccinated different from the rest. He made the comments during his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show. Rodgers himself missed a game last month with COVID and admitted to misleading people about being vaccinated. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Twitter has issued a suspension to Dr. Robert Malone, a key contributor to mRNA vaccine technology, who's more recently become a vocal critic of COVID-19 mandates and regulations. Malone is a physician scientist who's worked in the field of infection disease countermeasures. The Epoch Times reported he had more than 500,000 followers on Twitter. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Former President Barack Obama remembers the life of his friend, Senator Harry Reid.
Harry Mason Reid Jr. was an American lawyer and politician who served as Nevada Senator from 1987 to 2017. He led the Senate Democrat caucus from 2005 to 2017 and was a Senate Majority Leader from 2007 to 2015. President Obama on MSNBC remembers his friend.
I'm going to miss him. I don't know anybody who understands more his roots, where he came from, what it means to not have anything when you're born and scramble and scrape and work to get something.
Harry Reid died Tuesday in the Las Vegas suburb of Henderson, Nevada, at the age of 82. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
New York City business owners are speaking out against New York City's vaccine mandate. It requires kids 5 and up to show proof of vaccination against COVID-19 in businesses like restaurants, movie theaters, and museums. One business owner spoke to Fox and Friends.
This is coming at the wrong time when the weather changes and people are going out less, particularly in the Northeast. We agree and believe that you should come to our restaurants and be vaccinated, but I think we got to slow down. I don't think some of these kids have had the opportunity to get vaccinated.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio said the number one job is to protect people. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Yeah, in a conversation with Eagle earlier, talking about the number of cases, COVID cases here in the United States of America. December the 28th of 2020, right at a year ago. Hey, but there was hope on the horizon, right? Vaccines were just being introduced. Yeah, well, we had that goal of 70 million by July the 4th, which they didn't quite reach that, but December 28th of 2020, there were 189,010 confirmed cases, new cases in the USA. December 28th of 2021, 380,751 confirmed cases. About deaths, December the 28th of 2020, 1,899 lives lost, supposedly to COVID. December the 28th of 2021, 2,494. Something not going the right direction, huh? Then you've got the French tennis player. I think he was being kind of facetious. He says, hey, my name is Bonnet Paire. Paris. It's French, so it's probably Paris. And for the 250th time, I've tested positive for COVID. He posted this on Instagram this past. He reveals he has tested positive for COVID-19 ahead of next month's Australian Open. The point he's trying to make is he keeps testing positive over and over and over. The world's number 46 ranked player had been due to play in a lead-in tournament in Melbourne starting January 4th. Those plans have been disrupted. He appears to be in isolation once again, in quarantine in an unknown location after testing positive. He is clearly fed up with the ordeal, though. Honestly, he says, I can't deal with this COVID shish kebab anymore. Yeah, how am I doing? Because of COVID, I've got a runny nose, but because of all these quarantines spent in a hotel halfway across the world, I don't feel good mentally. Last year was tough, and this year starts exactly the same way. I have been vaccinated, and I am 100% in favor of vaccines. I quote, he says, just one thing, I'm 100% for the vaccine, but let's just live life. Otherwise, I don't see the point. The Australian Open gets underway January 22nd, leaving him a few weeks to test negative and assess if he's going to be fit to play in the tournament. This latest positive test continues a run of bad luck for the player. He's made it to the fourth round at Grand Slams on several occasions. He was ruled out of the 2020 U.S. Open after testing positive for COVID just days before his first match. Earlier this year, he was forced to endure 14 days of hard quarantine before the Australian Open after a person on his flight to Melbourne tested positive for COVID. He then lost in the first round and launched a stunning attack on the Australian Open, calling the tournament shish kebab, attacking organizers for not treating the players with respect. He was then banned from representing France at the Tokyo Olympics following several on-court misdemeanors. But the Australian Open is going to be without several big names as many top players battle COVID or injury. Rafael Nadal and Russia's Andrei Rublev have tested positive in the past week. Then you've got Roger Federer, who's going to miss the Open. He's got an injury, and Stan Wawrinka will miss the Open as well. But how many times, even being vaccinated, how many times can you continue to test positive? It's like his third time over a period of a year. It's just crazy. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. On a Thursday morning, would that be technically New Year's Eve? It is. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Happy New Year's Eve.
That tennis player sucks. Yeah, Happy New Year's Eve to you too, bud. Must sucks to be him, is the great words of Tony Beats. You might want to choose another profession. Stop your whining and carry on. Think about how many people out here working that living paycheck to paycheck, and they get sick like that and get quarantined. And then when it happens, they lose almost all their stuff. It happens. So, sucks to be him, not me. So, carry on. Hate to be that way, but that's the way it is. Life carries on. You got to go. So, I got to congratulate SpaceX yesterday. They had a great static fire with their Starship out in Texas. And then yesterday afternoon, they also brought back the booster that they launched the other day. It came back, and now they're getting ready to refurbish it, put it back up there.
Now,
Steve, I heard an interesting statistic. What was that?
I was going to ask on the static launch, did they fire like 30 some odd engines, or was it just a handful? How big of it was it?
The one they fired yesterday was the 9-engine package on the Starship itself, not the booster. The booster is the one that's got the over 30 motors. The one they fired yesterday was on test stand. It was a regular Starship. And something else that was pointed out yesterday that I seen in the footage, they're not tying it. I mean, they're tying it down to the stand, obviously, so it don't take off. But they're not tying back any of the flight surfaces. So like the flaps and all that stuff, they're letting them loose now. So they're getting into more of the testing now to see how the vehicle handles vibration now, and they're getting more into that. But I heard an interesting statistic yesterday about SpaceX. They had over 30 launches this year, Steve. Do you know how many rockets boosters they used in those 30 launches?
Probably, 3, 4?
They used 10.
10? Okay.
For all 30 launches.
All right. I mean, I know they had one. I think they used one. They've had one they used 11 times, I think, to date.
Yeah, they said they used 10 of them.
Wow.
That's 10 rockets that went up. Each one went up 3 times this year. So I'm talking about reusability. That's reusability right there. And the Starship, they're also, I don't know if you heard it the other day, but they got the okay. They're going to build a launch site out here at Cape Canaveral for them. So the Starship will be coming to the Cape eventually. They got the okay from the government on the Merritt Island preserve. There's the big nature preserve out there that they have that they use. Part of that's Cape Kennedy, and they got the okay from the government to build their launch facility out there. So it's moving right along, and they're also working on those. Did you hear about the chopsticks, Steve?
Chopsticks? No.
Yeah. Okay, so with the Starship, they got when the booster comes back, it's going to come right back to the launch facility. And as it's landing, it's going to land right back on the pad it took off on. And it's going to have a set of arms that come out. They call them chopsticks. They're going to catch the booster and then set it down. That system there, they've been working on that. And they're saying it's coming along really good. So if you look at the footage on YouTube, they're like big arms. They catch this 100-ton booster, and they catch it by the grid fins at the top. They have a set of 4 grid fins that are up at the top there, sticking out, that it'll catch and set it down. So it's gonna be crazy when this thing goes orbital. But I'd heard that the FAA put a delay on them, so it'll probably be closer to probably spring before we get into those orbital launches with them. I'm hoping it's before then, but the FAA put a little delay on them right now, so hopefully they get that taken care of. But talking about that tennis player, you know what, dude? If you have bad luck, you need to change your profession. That's all I got to say. And as far as COVID goes, COVID is what it is. You're going to get sick. You're going to get sick. You still got to train. You're still going to have injuries. All that stuff. I mean, it's part of the game. So just suck it up, Buttercup, and go play your tennis if you want to stay out. That's pretty much all I got.
I hear that. The question of how many times are you supposed to be able to get it, though? I mean, that all continues to change too.
Well, think about this, Steve. Think about how many people out there that are asymptomatic and don't even know they've had it. How many times they've had it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Steve? I mean, how many people do you think work in a profession where they're around people all day long, thousands of people, and have never been tested? There are people out there that are like that and that are asymptomatic and don't even know how many times they've actually had it.
I think it's just the fact that he is in a profession where they're forced to get tested like every week or something, and that's why he keeps coming up testing positive. I mean, technically, if I had a runny nose, I probably wouldn't run out to get a COVID test.
Yeah, but think about this, Steve. Think about the ratio of false positives in a test. I don't care whether you're doing a urine test for a drug test or you're doing that COVID test. There's always a positive that pops up here and there.
Sure.
So he's done it 250 times. How many times out of that 250 times has been false positives? You know what I mean? I mean, if you're working,
Yeah,
it's like truck. It's like truck driving.
Anytime he tests positive, though, he has to go back into quarantine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needs to choose another profession where he's not having to deal with that situation. And truck driving. Truck drivers are drug tested, right? So that means they got to stay away from opiates and they got to stay away from different things. So you try to maintain that. If you know you're getting COVID all the time and you make your living and you know you're going to get tested, just like football, same thing. I just heard the Aaron Rodgers thing on your news report there, which is a bunch of junk. If you know you're going to get tested, then put yourself in a bubble. I mean, come on. Quit hanging out where you're hanging out and getting the stuff and getting you positive. See what I mean, Steve? I mean, I'm all up for somebody living their life. Don't get me wrong. But you know what? If you know it affects your living, you need to take care of it, And, hey, I went and got the vaccine. I really didn't want to get it, but I got it anyway. The main reason I got it, Steve, I'll be quite frank about it, is because I had to have it for my work, because at that time it was required for me to have it for my work. How many people have done that, Steve?
Millions.
You think there's a few out there?
Millions.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see me go run and get a lawyer and threaten to sue and all this other stuff? No. Could it be coming down the pike? You never know. But it is what it is. It's like you guys suck it up, Buttercup. If you want to work, you want to do something out here. So I mean, it's just the way it is.
No, it is the way it is, but it should not be the way it is. There's no reason you should be required to do any of these things. It shouldn't be that way.
Absolutely, I agree. It should be up to the individual, because the individual is responsible for their life, and that's pretty much when you boil it down to it. You're responsible for your life. That's one of the great things that we got here in America. It's freedom, Whereas in Russia and those kind of places, they don't have that. Somebody can make a decision about your life, and you could be gone tomorrow. It's just one of those things, and it's one of the things in America that have been taken away, and that's the reason a lot of people are really passionate on this show about what's going on with America, because a lot of that is being taken away from us, and it's turning us into socialist and communist style things, and it needs to stop. You listen to Pappy, you listen to Moose, you listen to a lot of these guys out here. They're very passionate about being an American and our freedoms, and we need to stand up and fight for our freedoms. But in the same token, we also need to work and make a living. And sometimes you got to sacrifice something to gain something. And that's what happens. I mean, you were talking about the Ukraine earlier. The Ukraine is nothing but about money and power. That's all it's about. That's all the reason Russia wants the Ukraine. Why does China want Taiwan, Steve? Do you know?
Well, because they've claimed it was theirs forever.
Absolutely, but China wants Taiwan because of what's being done in Taiwan.
Oh, they want the control, sure. They want the control back. They don't want Taiwanese to have the freedoms they have.
Absolutely. Think about Russia and Venezuela. Why did Russia go down to Venezuela? They wanted it because of the oil. That's why they want it. It's all about money. It's all about power. Money's power, power's money. And that's what it's about. It's no different than looking at Walmart or looking at Amazon. Think about Walmart and Amazon, what they're doing in business. It's all about power in business. How do you make power in business? You make as much money as you can. Same way with the countries. If they can control oil, they're going to control oil. Think about how many countries own the minerals that makes the batteries in those Teslas that are eventually going to make the batteries that are in the cars that are going to be developed years from now. Those countries are going to control power. Look at Canada. The reason Canada has so much play in the system. Look how many minerals are controlled in Canada. You got gold, you got silver, you got uranium, you got tons of stuff that's being controlled in Canada. A lot of people don't understand. Why do you think Canada has the power they do? because they have the rights to those minerals. So that's all I got to say, bud. Hopefully that's a little food for thought.
There you go.
Catch you later.
All right, thanks for checking in. Looking at 25 past the hour. And it is 844-844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines as we head toward bottom of the hour news break, just a few minutes away here. Let me see here. First off, we start off with looking at the photographs of said vehicle that was involved in the accident. You'd think there's no way the driver would be able to come out alive. But there are miracles that happen on any given day. This motorist sustained minor injuries after being pinned beneath a tanker truck in Mississippi Tuesday on Interstate 55 in Ridgeland, Mississippi. According to the report from the local ABC affiliate, the four-wheeler became pinned under a tanker truck on I-55, seriously crushing the bright green vehicle. Miraculously, the motorist was not seriously hurt. Removing them from the mangled vehicle, though, took crews a considerable amount of time. After a very tedious extraction, the driver was removed, transported to the hospital. Again, miraculously, the driver suffered only minor injuries. Truck driver was not injured in the incident. Investigation is ongoing. Then we had another incident where several semi-trucks were seriously damaged Tuesday afternoon when a semi-truck slammed into a group of stopped rigs. This was on I-90 along the Snoqualmie Pass in Washington, where obviously weather conditions have not been very good, right? Supposed to slow down. According to KPQ News, the semi was traveling too fast for conditions when it slammed into three stopped semis as they were chaining up. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt, but serious damage to several of those trucks. The I-90 westbound was closed east of Snoqualmie for 2 hours as crews worked to clear the wreckage there and investigate the incident. Troopers did say there were numerous other accidents during that time that did not involve the semi-trucks, but just messy conditions. So Snoqualmie, Donner Pass. I was looking at some of the photos of Donner, and it's just astounding how they clear that pass when you're. But I mean, so you're going down the road, and they've got 196 inches of snow they've seen to date, thus far. So you are literally driving through mountains of snow on either side of the roadway. All right, we'll get our news break in here and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Senator Lindsey Graham predicts the Republican Party will wipe out Democrats in the 2022 midterm elections. He told Newsmax President Joe Biden's unpopularity is a contributing factor.
I think we're going to wipe them out in the House and we're going to keep the Senate. We got 3 states where Democrats are incumbents that are at risk: Arizona, Georgia, and New Hampshire. I think we can win all 3 with the right candidates.
In related news, President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The Number One Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get back to your calls here as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours, Thursday morning, New Year's Eve, as we'll call it. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much there, Steve. Just driving up 81, eating Reese cups.
About
How
many Reese cups do you eat on any given night?
Oh, at least a dozen. And I wonder why I weigh over 300 pounds.
Are you talking regular size Reese cups or the mini cups?
Oh, I got the regular size. How would you hold the mini cup?
Are you kidding
me? Too much wrapper there to go with for them little tiny things.
Good Lord. Have you ever heard of the thing called diabetes?
You know I'm being sarcastic.
All right.
Hey, I want to touch a little bit on John Madden. I mean, I'm surprised somebody hasn't mentioned this. Do you remember the one thing he was scared of that he was truly terrified of? That they actually made fun of him for it, kind of.
I do not know.
Remember what he's with?
No, have no idea.
He was scared to death to fly. Remember, he had a tour bus. He even did a commercial one time. My dad was alive then, and Dad thought it was so funny. John Madden's at the airport. Here comes this jet by him. He says, "Ooh, that was close." I always thought that was kind of interesting. A man that was one of the top coaches in his day, one of the top broadcasters, but would not fly. I always thought that was rather interesting.
Interesting.
Well, we've been talking about the college football games. Well, my beloved West Virginia Mountaineers ended up losing the season. I don't know whether you saw that. Minnesota beat them 18-6 last night. Guaranteed rate bowl, I think it was. Up here, like, yeah, this is where all but maybe two teams out of the whole 1A is not the bowl, or something like that. I'm going to make a prediction. On the big games. I believe Cincinnati will beat Alabama. I know Knucklebuster don't want to hear that, but I think what it is, Alabama is not going to be fully prepared. They're going to go in there thinking they got the game won. They'll underestimate Cincinnati, and Cincinnati will come in and beat them. Now, I don't see Michigan beating Georgia. I mean, Georgia, and again, Georgia let their guard down, and Alabama did beat them, but Alabama did bring their A game. My prediction is Georgia, Cincinnati in the national championship, and Georgia, unfortunately, winning against Cincinnati. As much as I'd like to see the underdog win that game, I don't think they're going to overcome Georgia. Cincinnati has really made a statement for the underdogs, that's for sure. But anyway, I'm going to touch on something else. I heard you talking earlier about New York is banning burning fire. I'll tell you what, I've been all over upstate New York. I mean, up around the lakes. I've been so far into New York State on US 11, 87, and 81, where you're crossing over the St. Lawrence River over into Canada. I mean, those people up there are country people. That is not going to fly with them people. It's cheap, it's economical, it's easily accessed. There's a lot of forest in New York State, but the politicians don't care.
Yeah.
If they're worried about the CO2, you brought up the forest fires. Well, I tell you what, I want to figure out how they're going to keep these volcanoes from erupting.
Okay, yeah, right.
CO2 spewed in the air there. That's just, they spew more CO2 in these large volcanoes than all the cars ever produced, from what I understand. Well, last thing I want to touch on, what was the name of that new telescope they launched?
The James Webb. James Webb.
Have you ever looked at some of the pictures from deep space out of the Hubble Space Telescope?
From Hubble, yes. And this thing's 100 times more powerful than that.
I'm anxious just to see what this thing brings back, shoots and sends us back. I don't know whether you've ever seen the picture that they believe is the gates of heaven. I don't know whether that's been computer enhanced. I would have to believe it was. The pictures I've seen is very clear. There's a picture on the internet that's supposedly computer enhanced. There's no way that they could enhance it that much. They're saying these pictures from the Hubble is like 1.5 billion light years away. And supposedly this is a 50-foot angel. I don't care how powerful that telescope is. You're not going to be able to get that kind of detail, in my opinion. But one thing I've often heard about how the Big Bang was 13.6 billion years ago, and that's how we know because these galaxies are 13.6 billion light years away. That's what they measure. That's right. How on earth can they figure out just by the beam of light that's when it left that universe or that galaxy? That's just, I understand they know how fast the speed of light is, but they're figuring out what's 250 million light years away, 1 billion light years away, and all this. I don't see where they really have anything to go by. You know what I'm saying?
It's all above my pay grade, yes. But that's they're going to be able to look out. If you look at some of the photos, as you say, from the Hubble Space Telescope, which shows virtually hundreds of galaxies in like a panoramic view, and the fact that the James Webb is going to be 100 times more powerful, that's why they're kind of hinting at the fact that they do believe they'll be able to maybe zoom into other life in other galaxies potentially. I mean, the way I look at it, if you're able to see this clearly from the Hubble telescope, these galaxies, if you're able to zoom in, I presume, 100 times closer, you'll get so dramatically enhanced looks where they can focus on and pinpoint various galaxies. But since you brought it up, it's been in space for 4 or 5 days now. The riskiest part of the journey is just beginning. It's soon going to initiate the intricately choreographed mechanical dance as it slowly contorts into shape and kind of unfurls to reach its final form to observe the distant cosmos. Yeah, you've heard of origami, right? Taking paper and folding things and making, it's kind of a reverse space origami. It's never been performed before, but it's absolutely necessary for the James Webb Space Telescope. It's JWST for short. It has to do this to fulfill the mission. It was just too massive to launch on any operational rocket while it was fully extended. So when it was catapulted into space on Christmas Day, it made that nail-biting trip folded in on itself. Kind of like the world's most expensive Swiss Army knife, they explain. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, it's beginning the twist and reshape, deploying one beam here, one mirror there, until the final configuration is set for it to peer into the deepest parts of the universe. One of the engineers involved with, as one of the primary contractors, Amy Lowe, said, We sometimes call it the Transformer Telescope. It was a daunting process, hundreds of moving parts that the engineers have tested this over and over on the ground because it has to be nothing short of flawless. There is a lot of points along the way where the failure of one small release mechanism or one pulley could jeopardize the future of the entire mission. Now, she did say mission controllers on the ground they've got a few troubleshooting techniques they can employ if something gets stuck. But ultimately, it must do every deployment on its own to near perfection. But as we speak, it is headed towards its final destination, which will be roughly 1 million miles from the Earth. And that I am a bit confused by that. Why did they have to get such a long distance, 1 million miles away from the planet? A destination where there is no operational rocket or spaceship that could bring astronauts to do any sort of tune-up like they did with the shuttle program for the Hubble Space Telescope. So if the telescope breaks in a fundamental way, that's it for the mission. That's it. That's all said and done. But it's close to $10 billion. Again, if it doesn't all unfold flawlessly, it could be a $10 billion piece of space junk 1 million miles away. All right, I'll get back to your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. I believe Eagle's back for another round, wanting to talk about Maxwell. Is that the case? Hello, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yo, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to get in on the Maxwell deal. Unfortunately, Steve, this woman, she's going to have to write this book as quickly as possible if she hasn't written it already. I think she's gonna meet the same fate as Epstein. And it's just a matter of time. I don't know what jail facility she's being held at. If I was this woman's lawyer or who's ever in charge of her right now, they need to have a camera. They need to have a camera facing the jail cell that she's locked up in, videotaping it 24 hours a day. But naturally, the video camera will stop working. The day that something bad happens to her, the camera will somehow mysteriously not work that day. So we'll probably never know I know what happened, but they'll make an excuse and say that she hung herself just like he did. So, like I said, she needs to come up forward. There's some names in there. Epstein, he had a lot of people at his fantasy island. There's a lot of big names on this list. A lot of celebrities and superstars that don't want their name being found out.
Mm-hmm.
So you best believe this woman she's in big trouble, Steve. That's all I can tell you. She in real big trouble at this point. And hopefully, hopefully nothing bad happens to the woman and she can, spend the rest of her life in jail. But it doesn't look too good. But I wanted to say one other thing about the college football season, sports into this coronavirus deal. Like we was talking about the games that got canceled yesterday, and then they got the big game on Friday. We still got the fingers crossed that they're gonna be able to play these games, and then they still got another game after that, the championship game. That doesn't get canceled out because of the virus. So they got a big thing to do. To keep, because a lot of these teams have over 100 players. I don't know how you can keep 100, people isolated, and keeping them from, one that they claim is Omicron spreads very easily. So all it takes is a couple of ball players to come down with this stuff, and then you got the whole team messed up. So let's see if these teams can pull this off and be able to play the game. And as far as the cruise ships go, Steve, I'd like for you to talk about that since you're a cruise ship guy. Me personally, I think all cruise ships should be shut down right now. I know these people got to make money. I know they can't shut down forever. But from as far as I know, these cruise ships it's too much isolation on these ships, and the virus seems to spread pretty rapidly out throughout these ships. So. I know I won't be getting on a cruise ship no time soon, and I'd like to see what you think about that. Are you planning on taking any cruises in the future, and see how you feel about that? And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, thank you. Good to have you with us, Eagle. Yeah, I haven't even thought about taking a cruise with the whole pandemic thing. Yeah, first of all, to date, I haven't had the vaccine, and for the most part. They're requiring the vaccination to get on the ship, first of all. Now, last I saw, the CDC is monitoring, I think they said like 85 different ships right now that are having, I guess, nominal outbreaks. There is a threshold, like the number of cases, if people test positive on a given ship. And it's like 0.1%. I mean, a very low number. It doesn't take many to reach 0.1% of the passengers. Anybody that tests positive, really, they get stuck in their room. They go into isolation. Now, if you're taking a 7-day cruise and they're going to put you in, technically it had been 10 days of isolation. You're stuck in your cabin for the whole damn week if you test early on. But I'll try and pull up the more on that. But there are more and more ships being denied entry to their destinations and their ports. So I'm spending more time on the ship than anything else. But get back to the calls here, and let's see. Who we got on the line?
Yeah, this is Vic, Steve.
Hey, Vic, what's happening?
A lot of everything, about ready to wrap up this year and see how next year takes off. But I sent you, you're talking about this Maxwell or whatever her name is that was convicted today. I was looking up some other stuff. I don't know if you got those emails articles that I forwarded about some of the things that was going on with the FBI, but they reinstated one lawyer that falsified everything on the Trump Russiagate investigation. They reinstated him to the D.C. bar, and they did pull his Minnesota bar license. But anyway, I kind of digressed there a little bit. But when you were talking about this whole deal with the woman that got convicted today of the sex trafficking, about 10 years ago, we had an FBI agent from Carmel, Indiana, and apparently the FBI, whenever they do all this child sex trafficking investigation and everything, it's not anything unusual for them to have images on their computer. But what got him caught was he had emailed an individual, I believe, in Illinois. And it was actually the individual in Illinois that got caught, which led to him getting caught after he'd retired from the FBI and was teaching out at Oklahoma State University. I vaguely remember it, and then I thought they had a news report last week that they'd caught another FBI. So when you're talking about this whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein and all that, you just never know where it will lead. So I would imagine, I'm pretty well in agreement with everybody else, that, Epstein went, this gal's going to go. D.C. madam, remember, she hung herself in the trailer court, in her mom's trailer court in Florida. All these people seem to mysteriously commit suicide. So but I'll just leave it at that, and that's probably about the way this is going to go at some point. But really what I called to talk about was this coronavirus thing. I mentioned the other night that Zuckerberg had actually sponsored some of this testing way back when this coronavirus first popped out, and he was kicking people off Facebook because they were saying it was man-made in Wuhan. And now this is just my own deductions there, but I believe that he was wanted to use these genetic sequencing labs, which were already trying to get the genetic, the genome of these respiratory viruses and other tropical diseases. Excuse me. So I believe that actually what he intended to do was to get the University of California at San Francisco labs, get them licensed to do the genetic sequencing. And I believe that, it was probably his push that allowed them to do that, because most of the time anybody messing with this new SARS-CoV-2, they have to have a pretty high quality lab, pretty well contained lab to do all that testing. But anyway, this SARS-CoV-2, I seen a couple of doctors saying the other day that they had learned a lot with the SARS-CoV-1 and also the MERS as far as clinically treating it. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they use some sort of a mixture of hydrogen peroxide and also a mixture of with the betadine. I guess it's a liquid solution of the betadine that mixed in, and somehow you breathe that up through your nose, and they had a lot of success with that. But when it came to the SARS-CoV-2, they just went down the vaccine road, and then they went to the quick swabs, the quick test. I don't know if they're still doing that. What the heck they call it, the PCR test. Which takes longer. An individual talking about having, he kept testing positive for that. That's what made me wonder if he would have taken some of that, whatever the nasal treatment was. Maybe he just has a reservoir there that for some reason or whatever, that it just keeps growing, but it really doesn't, affect his lungs. Or maybe he actually has some sort of a natural immunity to it. But this particular virus that they're dealing with now, it has what's called a protein envelope. and that protein envelope protects that virus. Your digestive fluids won't even get rid of it. Vinegar, if you're trying to wash things down, with vinegar, like on food or vegetables or anything of that nature, it won't affect that protein envelope. It has a really sturdy protein envelope. So exactly what all we're dealing with here, nobody seems to know, and nobody seems to want to know is the worst part of it, Steve. And so that's, when I hear all this stuff, when it keeps going on and on and on, and I just pick up bits of information here, bits of information there, and they're not following up with the therapeutics. They just keep talking about vaccine. And the thing about that vaccine is it goes through the muscle cells. And that's why the Japanese study shows that that young men quite often have heart inflammation from it, because the heart is one big smooth muscle. And apparently they depend on this vaccine to work through the muscle tissue. So again, it's really confusing to me. Maybe I don't know enough or know too little or whatever, but they seem to be putting an awful lot of faith in this mRNA virus, vaccine, right? So anyway, it gets kind of frustrating because none of this lines up with any of the health training I ever had. It's almost like I don't know. And there are a lot smarter minds than me that could work on this and can solve this. So again, I'm not so sure that they really want to solve it. And I'm going to kind of jump over here because you're talking about all this space stuff and everything going on and the climate change. I mentioned, I was pretty active in the environmental movement before the crazies took over. And are you familiar with this HAARP thing, the thing that shoots ionization into the atmosphere up through and pokes holes in the atmosphere? And anyway, they were told before they got started on this, they might want to think twice about that. And not only do we here in North America have one that is in the Canada-U.S. border, but I was surprised to find out there were several of these built around the world. Anyway, they were warned when they go poking holes in the ionosphere, and they're not exactly sure what they might do, and they might open it up to solar flares because high altitude radiation is the only thing that keeps those solar flares from reaching the Earth.
Sure.
Anyway, they went ahead and did it. And then when you go back and look at that, we were told that our air conditioning, the chlorofluorocarbons were going up.
We had to stop. Yeah, you had to stop using the spray cans and all that because the chlorofluorocarbons, whatever. Yeah, that was eating up the ozone.
Right. And they said that was because of the free chlorine radical. They had a guy from DuPont, he came along and calculated how it was eating up the high altitude ozone and everything else. And I'm thinking to myself, well, chlorine's emitted freely in promotions and everything else from the salt water, and they're carried up into the upper atmosphere with your thunderstorms, your real high altitude thunderstorms. So the more I think about it, I really think that a lot of this climate change and everything else is a lot of a cover story for one gigantic screw up from them wanting to poke holes in the atmosphere. And again, that's just my thoughts, but the more I look at it and as time has went on and they're coming up with all this crazy stuff. But, years ago, EPA, I think, banned wood stoves up in New York and I think Vermont, New Hampshire. I forget, it's a long time ago. But anyway, I don't know if you recall that or not, but a lot of people up there do use wood heat in the winter, and they actually banned the wood stoves up in that area.
Well, that's as we talked earlier. New York State has done that as well. They just did that. It's coming down the pike in short order, but hey, we got to get to our news update. Final hour just ahead, and plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. NBC News reports the scheduled talk comes amid continued tensions over Ukraine. Russia has amassed some 100,000 soldiers along its border with Ukraine, raising fears among many in the international community of an invasion. The remainder of the World Junior Hockey Championship has been canceled over fears of a COVID-19 outbreak. 2 games had already been forfeited because of positive coronavirus test results among U.S. and Czech players. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
Business owners are speaking out against New York City's vaccine mandates, which requires kids 5 and up to show proof of vaccination against COVID-19. It's required in businesses like restaurants, fitness facilities, movie theaters, and museums. One business owner spoke to Fox and Friends.
We agree and believe that, you should come to our restaurants and be vaccinated, but I think we got to slow down. I don't think some of these kids have had the opportunity to get vaccinated, and I think they have to look at it from all different sides.
Several Marines who refused to get the COVID-19 shot told Fox News Digital they are witnessing a, quote, political purge by the Biden administration. The Marines, who were granted anonymity by Fox, said Biden is forcing out the military's best and brightest over deeply held beliefs they say are protected by the First Amendment. In addition, the Marines pointed to a blanket denial of religious exemptions to the vaccine mandate, with their applications being rejected without consideration. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Former President Barack Obama remembers his friend, Senator Harry Reid.
Harry Mason Reid Jr. was an American lawyer and politician who served as Nevada Senator from 1987 to 2017. He led the Senate Democrat caucus from 2005 to 2017 and was a Senate Majority Leader from 2007 to 2015. President Obama on MSNBC remembers his friend.
I'm going to miss him. I don't know anybody who understands his roots, where he came from, what it means to not have anything when you're born and scramble and scrape and work to get something.
Harry Reid died Tuesday in the Las Vegas suburb of Henderson, Nevada, at the age of 82. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Joe Biden is facing calls from more liberal members of his party to use executive actions to bypass Congress and pass his $1.75 trillion Build Back Better plan. In the latest push, Democratic campaign strategist Kevin Walling said in a Fox News opinion piece that Democrats should unite to pass a compromised version of the bill. However, the Biden administration should work with the House and Senate progressives to explore executive actions. What happens in Vegas will stay in Vegas this New Year's Eve. More than 300,000 visitors are expected in Las Vegas this weekend, since the city is not canceling or scaling back plans for New Year's Eve gatherings. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
There we go, final hour underway on a Thursday, 30th day of December, which means we've got one to go. 2022, almost here. All right, Knucklebusters out there tuned in this morning. He said, he sent me an email. Please tell Gilligan, I really don't care who wins. I'm just making a prediction on the statistics. The true winner is the Vegas bookies. Anyway, may the best team win. Roll Tide roll. Did I say that out loud? Yes, you did, Knucklebuster. I don't really care who wins. Roll Tide roll. A little bit of an oxymoron there. Then he also said, I saw this and said, you gotta be kidding me. No, you can't make this stuff up. Hey, if you stole a car this year or maybe accepted a bribe or you might have been involved in any other illegal activities that you received some sort of income from. Hey, criminals, you got to report that to the IRS. Yes, the Internal Revenue Service says you must report it when you file your taxes. In an online list of requirements, IRS Publication 17, the IRS actually says, quote, income from illegal activities, such as money from dealing illicit drugs, must be included on a taxpayer's 2021 filing. It is to be included on Schedule 1, Form 1040, Line 8Z, or on Schedule C, Form 1040, if from a self-employment activity. The IRS also notes that thieves must report the value of the goods they stole unless the goods are returned to the owner in the same year. If you steal property, you must report its fair market value in your income in the year you steal it unless you return it to the rightful owner. The requirements also made clear if you receive a bribe, you must include it in your income, and said the taxpayers must also include kickbacks, side commissions, push money, or similar payments on Schedule 1 or Schedule C. In a shared post to Facebook, the Erie County Sheriff's Office out of Buffalo, New York, offered support for all car thieves who need an itemized list of the property they stole so they can be reported on their income taxes. Attention all car thieves, they wrote. The stuff you stole from people's vehicles in 2021 must be claimed on your income taxes. If you need an itemized list of property, call us. They give the number, and a deputy or detective will be happy to meet you with the list. It would be our pleasure. All right, I don't think that's from a Babylon Bee. I think it's in the IRS regulations. How do you document that? How do you fill that in? $8,000 income drug sales or just, okay. Oh boy, you can't make this stuff up. Eagle asked about the cruise lines. And I shared the number of 85. The number's actually up to 92. Yeah, as far as the number of ships that the Centers for Disease Control is monitoring or investigating. 92 ships, a factor that could add to travelers' concerns as they consider whether or not to embark on an upcoming cruise. Now, they say the fact that the CDC is monitoring or investigating a ship doesn't mean there's a widespread outbreak, even with stringent vaccination, testing, and masking among the protocols. It's fairly common for coronavirus cases to emerge among passengers and crew on those vessels. While it's not known whether COVID will shut down the cruise industry like it did in March of last year, it doesn't seem likely, even with ships under investigation for the virus. It doesn't come as a surprise that cases continue to find their way onto ships, though. The CDC anticipated cases on board since before the Omicron variant emerged, in part because of the nature of cruising. A spokesperson for the CDC said this past day that they acknowledge it's not possible for cruising to have a zero risk amid this pandemic. A person's chance of contracting COVID is higher on cruise ships because the virus spreads more easily between people spending time in close quarters. Very simple. We've been managing outbreaks on cruise ships since this summer when the ships started sailing. Yeah, we're working with the ships to keep passengers and crew safe on board. Mitigation measures. Nevertheless, they recommend people avoid cruise travel if they are not fully vaccinated and advise people to get the booster, if eligible, before traveling on a cruise ship. They also recommend people avoid cruise travel if you're at increased risk of severe illness, regardless of whether or not you're vaccinated. The fact that we've been dealing with cases since cruises resumed, what does it mean when they mark a ship as under investigation or being monitored on their running list? All right, just one case of COVID-like symptoms could prompt the CDC to monitor or investigate a ship. That's why it's important to understand how the CDC determines ship status and where to find the latest ship-specific information. They've got a color code status chart that's available on their website. It's updated regularly. There's 5 color-coded classifications: green, orange, yellow, red, and gray. The color is determined using surveillance data from the previous 7 days, regardless of voyage dates. So let me see. Green means there have been no reported cases or COVID-like illness. As of this past afternoon, there were 19 ships with green status. Some of those ships are on crew-only voyages. Orange status means the ship has reported cases among passengers as being monitored, but levels don't meet the threshold for investigation. There were only 4 ships with orange status as of Tuesday afternoon. Yellow means that it's met the threshold for investigation. The vast majority of ships currently categorized as yellow. The threshold is higher for passengers on restricted voyages. The number of passengers with COVID or COVID-like illness over the preceding 7 days must equal or surpass 0.1% of the total number of passengers on board. So if a ship has 5,000 passengers, they'd have just 5 cases over 7 days to be classified in that yellow category. It doesn't take much. All right. And with that, they say that has been impacting the stock prices for cruise lines. Carnival fell 2.5%. Norwegian this past day, down 1.7%. Royal Caribbean floating around flat after opening, 1.2% lower. Okay, we get back to the calls here. Chris checking in this morning. Hey, what's happening, Chris?
Steve, I was just listening to you talk about that telescope. They says it's infrared, and they got to get away from any heat that might be reflected by the Earth or anything else. But it is going to orbit the Earth, which I don't know. I don't know why the sun doesn't heat it up when it goes around the one side, but it's pretty interesting. They actually think they can see the beginning of the Earth this way, which I don't completely understand that, but you know how they say when we look at a star, we're seeing light that's been traveling for 1 million years or whatever.
Correct.
But for some reason, if you magnify it, I guess, then you see back into the past. That was an idea that Einstein came up with. They said with his theory of relativity, you know, he used to watch a train or the clock when he was on the train. That's a story. And he realized one day that the farther he got away from this clock, the more he was looking into the past because it took the light time to get to him. But I don't know how he came to the idea that if he had a telescope, you know, he'd be seeing things in real time. But apparently it works. It's pretty wild that some of those pictures, they say, are close to the Big Bang, but they want to see back to the actual event. So, I mean, that's, I think that would really change history if that happened. They could see the actual light coming on. You know, they're looking, the farther they look, the older the light is that they see. That's the idea. But no, Vic brought up that ozone thing, and like you said, they blame it on these CFCs and that big panic they had. They said, it was, you know, the ozone was almost gone, they tell us now. And it got thicker and thicker for the last 20 years. But to me, it's all the sun. Because the sun was so damn quiet. I think that's what caused the ozone built up over the last 20 years. Now, last year, it just, something blew a big hole in it. And they claim those chlorines last for 50 years up there. And when the upper atmosphere warms and cools, and they don't know what causes that. So I don't know how they think they know, you know, what's going on if they don't know the root cause of the upper atmosphere heating and cooling. But I don't know. But, well, one other thing, Pappy brought up Ukraine being neutral, but they used to be part of the Soviet Union. And the real reason we got dragged into that is because there was all kinds of missiles stationed there and nuclear bombs. And when the Soviet Union fell, we entered into agreement to protect them from Russia if they gave up their missiles. And they weren't really theirs in the beginning. I don't know if they could even launch the damn things, much less maintain them. But that's how we got dragged into that mess over there. We're supposed to have an agreement to protect them from Russia. But that's it, Steve. Happy New Year. I probably won't talk to you tomorrow, but maybe so.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you. Have a great New Year's weekend. Be safe if we don't talk to you again tomorrow night. All right. It is 24 past the hour. So we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, from the website spaceweather.com, NASA's Next Generation Telescope. The James Webb now hurtling toward the L2 Lagrange point, where it will park to explore the cosmos. Now, they say last night in Puerto Rico, they had an astronomer photograph the spacecraft en route some 350,000 miles from the Earth, shining like a 10th magnitude star. Yeah, the telescope was racing through the stars of the constellation Orion. But again, launched on Christmas Day, mission planners are still holding their breath. The $10 billion telescope has to execute a complex sequence of deployments, unfolding pallets, sun shields, and the mirrors themselves before it can start working. All right, so it's almost just like a black and white photograph, but you can see the feature traveling with the stars in the background. Pretty fascinating, but all right, meanwhile, what's going on with Larry this morning?
Good morning. You almost got a full belly laugh from me this morning.
I bet.
Talking about criminals reporting their income from illegal activity.
Bingo. Yeah. How funny is that?
That's ridiculous. However, I always try to look at all sides of everything. So if you think about it, possibly the logic behind it, and I say possibly, think about the mafiosos who they couldn't convict on real crimes, but they convict them on tax evasion. So just maybe some of the logic was to double dip and convict these cowboys on some thefts, and then the revenue they obtained from the theft, and then double dip and get them on tax evasion as well. What do you think?
That makes sense. Okay.
Try to find the other end. Now, all the discussion about this new telescope, it's kind of interesting. However, my simplistic logic tells me it's very much like a dog chasing a Greyhound bus. You know what I mean by that?
Right.
When the dog chases the Greyhound bus and catches it, what's he going to do with the bus? When they find out this information, what are they going to do with it?
Now, when you say when they find out, are you talking about who, the criminals, or?
No. The people that are launching this satellite.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Well, so when they look out there and what they see. Okay, I get you. I was on the wrong page totally, wasn't I? Okay.
Oh, God, I flipped it. No, but it's kind of like the dog chasing the Greyhound bus. You know, once it catches it, what the heck's it going to do with it? So once they get all this information derived from hundreds or millions of years of history, what does that do for us internally within society or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, did you?
I don't know that it adds value anywhere.
Were you with us the other morning when I shared the story that NASA has actually hired a priest and 20-some-odd theologians looking to how the human race may react in the event that they prove there is life elsewhere, sort of thing? Did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch that one. Wow. Yeah. Again, that's almost a Greyhound bus theory, because how can you predict something that is that in our logic and society that far-fetched?
Yep.
That, okay, we find out there's aliens in another galaxy, and maybe they already have smart cars and smartphones and had them for years. So what? Or maybe they're living in the Stone Age, barbarians.
Right.
So what? I mean, I'm just not, I can't put my head around the value, the return on investment for doing this. And maybe I'm too simple. I don't know. But just food for thought.
Yeah, all I know is just looking at the photographs from the Hubble Space Telescope, where, I mean, it does kind of bring you to the reality of how small we are. Even our entire galaxy is like a grain of sand on a beach.
Right. It's massive. Beyond that, I just can't get my head around the value.
Yeah, what kind of benefit?
I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Yeah. But everything doesn't necessarily have to have logic. We all do things that somebody else, why did you go hang gliding? Okay, well, because I liked it. That's stupid. Well, that's one person's opinion. Not that I'm a hang glider, but it's just the logic or the reality of what's valuable in somebody's hand isn't valuable in somebody else's hands. But it just caught me that way, talking about this telescope and the big numbers it costs to send this thing up into space, and all of the engineering involved where people made money, okay, designing this thing that's going to unfold like a transformer. Okay, now it happens. We all high-five each other and go to lunch. We're no better than we were before we got launched. Maybe too simple. I don't know, Steve.
Hey, philosophical questions. Thank you much, Larry. Like he says, points to ponder. I don't know. We have to get someone on with all those, the big brains in the scientific community to tell us, what is it going to really benefit us to see that? With that, news break time, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Jeffrey Epstein's mistress, Ghislaine Maxwell, is now a convicted sex trafficker. A jury handed down its verdict on Wednesday following days of deliberations. The jury considered the case after hearing weeks of testimony during a trial in a New York federal court. Maxwell awaits sentencing and faces decades behind bars. President Joe Biden plans to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone on Thursday. NBC News reports the scheduled talk comes amid continued tensions over Ukraine. Russia has amassed some 100,000 soldiers along its border with Ukraine, raising fears among many in the international community of an invasion. The remainder of the World Junior Hockey Championship has been canceled over fears of a COVID-19 outbreak. 2 games had already been forfeited because of positive coronavirus test results among U.S. and Czech players. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids, and don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So apparently there's been a lot of discussion about, obviously been talking forever about the declining cognitive ability of the sitting president, one Joe Biden, and a lot of discussions about why he is constantly going back to his home in Delaware. And as of 2 days ago, Biden makes his 31st trip to Delaware after Omicron ruins a Puerto Rico vacation. But why so many visits? Sebastian Gorka was being interviewed this past day, and he was asked that question, and he pretty much said his inside sources say that the man is just to the point of senility where he cannot cope. He's almost lost at the White House. He said he has inside sources in the Secret Service who were on the detail at the Delaware home, and said while Joe is there, he will spend literally hours sitting and staring out a window. Now, if you've known or have someone that you may know now that is in the stages of Alzheimer's, cognitive capabilities diminishing, yes, that you do find them oftentimes just sitting and staring. But he went on to say, we're talking about here, the most powerful man in the world. This guy has access to the nuclear football. Could launch nuclear weapons. The same individual who does not know right now in this country what "Let's Go Brandon" means, which we learned that on Christmas Eve. He doesn't even know what it means. Has the inability to cope. So I guess he feels more comfortable in his home surroundings there in Delaware. Again, that's the quote from Sebastian Gorka this past day. But he said it's almost like we're living in a proverbial dream to have a sitting president in that sort of a scenario. Hello, Heat Wave. How we doing this morning?
Good morning, senor. I don't know. I just got up a little over an hour ago, so I'll let you know here in about 10 hours. Eesh. Well, the situation yesterday wasn't too bad. We did run into rain and the snow just outside of Reading, and it wasn't too bad. They did do a chain check to make sure we all had our chains, but we didn't need them, so that was good. So we're heading back down to Tracy and beyond. I don't know where we're going after that. Hopefully to a warmer climb, but I don't know. Yeah, I was going to mention that yesterday, and I completely forgot. 31 times. If Trump were to have done that 31 times down to Mar-a-Lago in less than a year.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. The left would have been going absolutely crazy. Obama took the vacations, the far-flung, expensive tours, and everyone said, well, he needed to get away from it. Yeah, but I don't like the idea of paying that damn much money for his wife to go to India, or, them going to Hawaii 6 or 7 times a year. Good night. We spent a lot of money on that as taxpayers. And then Biden, I don't think it's that far, but the logistics of everything. My goodness gracious. Democrats were so desperate to have a D in the White House that, they were willing to sacrifice this country, its morals and its principles, just to do so by lying, cheating, and stealing. And, well, you got what you got. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you choke on that. So Harry Reid passed away, and I don't know, is the left demanding that we give him respect, in his death? Unlike them, with Rush Limbaugh passing away and other Republican Party members passing away, where they can just go ahead and talk bad about the man or the person? Are they demanding that we give respect to Senator Harry Reid? If they, I just woke up. I don't know what in the hell is going on, but I know what has happened in the past. And if these people, are demanding that, we don't talk bad about so-and-so because, well, it's a double standard because they always talk bad about somebody. Unless it was a good old boy like Bush when he passed away. Even then, there was still a bunch of laughter and cheers and applause. It just reminds me of the 9/11 when those buildings came down, and then they had the cameras out there in the Middle East, and you saw all those people out there, praising Allah and just having the celebrations in the streets. I mean, Yasser Arafat was still around, and he was trying to get them to shut up and calm down. But, I mean, you could see the true feelings that those people had towards America. So it's the same way with these Democrats. You can see their true feelings towards us. Well, the moronic variant, I mean, if you jumble the letters in Omicron, you'll get moronic. Seems like to me it's nothing more than just a common cold on steroids, if that. I mean, when you have a cold, But this Omicron and other variants, you could have it and not even know you got it, feeling great. So I'm sorry, if the vaccines worked and the boosters worked, and you still get it, I don't know, maybe don't take away from these people that have gone through your demands that they get, the shots and the boosters, and then say, well, you can't play because you have this.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of vaccines, they're going to have flaws or breakthroughs. I don't know. It's not fair to the athletes that have worked so hard to get to the point where they're at, just to, shut them down saying, well, we're going to have to cancel the games because someone's sick. Well, I mean, I feel sorry for the athletes that done this. All that money spent for naught. So,
and for a lot of these college bowl athletes, aside from those that are going to pursue an NFL career, and there's a very limited number that can, this is pretty much missing out on their last hurrah for those seniors. Last game, that's it. That's last opportunity to play with their teammates and go out on top, sort of thing.
Yeah, and if they were told, this will be your game, for kind of like senior night, or senior day, this is their day to shine. Excuse me. It's gone forever, and there'll be so many what would have beens or what could have beens, in the minds of many. And what happens to all those people that have reserved their rooms and paid in advance? Did they lose that money because there was no insurance in case that these things got canceled? I mean, that's a lot of money getting spent out there.
I mean, for the one game, the
a
game
lot of money lost.
The one game wasn't canceled to literally hours before it was game time, and I mean, all the family and friends and whatnot that had flown out to be ready for the game. Yeah, they're in the hotel. They've already taken their flight, and obviously they've got to get back to the home 20, so I can see why they were highly pissed that they canceled the games. All right, quick like, the numbers, you're going back to, some people say, yeah, is that true? What are you saying? Is that true? No, he ain't spent that much time in Delaware. Now, even the headline from CNN, okay, the greatest defender of Joe Biden and this administration, October 23rd, or 2 months ago, their headline reads, Biden's early presidency getaways far outpace Trump's. President Biden decamped to Wilmington on Friday, escaping the White House that he has likened to a gilded cage. Yet another weekend away from D.C., as the president has spent a noteworthy portion of his first year in office at one of his 2 Delaware homes or Camp David. A CNN analysis of the public schedule indicates the president has spent a significant amount of time away from the White House since his inauguration. Biden has taken 35 personal trips and spent all or part of 108 of his first 276 days in office at one of his Delaware homes or Camp David in Maryland. 69 of those 108 days away from Washington were spent at his home in Wilmington. Now, again, this was 2 months ago, where he, at that point in time, had 23 visits, 7 days at his Roebuck Beach, Delaware, the beach house, over 2 visits, and 32 days at Camp David. Again, that's 2 months ago from CNN. He's just got to get out of the White House. Just can't deal with it. I remember when my father-in-law was going down, it got to the point where they couldn't spend the night at my sister-in-law's or whatever, because Pops would wake up at night and be lost. He only knew the surroundings of his home. He knew how to get up, and he could get to the restroom and get back to the bed and those sort of things to take him out of his surroundings. Total confusion. Didn't know where to go, and sometimes it makes them almost kind of panic. All right, quick timeout. We'll wind things down here just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I you really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, you probably know, but just in case you didn't, Hot Shot Secret's #1 selling oil additive is their Stiction Eliminator, which, by the way, is available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Make your engine run better with a money-back guarantee. Grab a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator today. All right, not a whole lot of time left, but let me see here. It says Lion Man. Is that the correct handle?
No, it's Blind Man.
Well, Blind Man. I kind of figured that was wrong. What's going on, Blind Man?
Well, very quickly, I was thinking one way to drain the swamp is, and Trump did it, I think, when he moved the Interior Department out west. And maybe we ought to do that with the next president. Move these people outside D.C., make them live, like, for instance, we can put the Energy Department down in Texas. I don't know where Treasury would go, but that would be a fun discussion. But listening on the phone, I want to respond to Larry, and I love to talk to him. So you guys who know Larry, give him my phone number. Anyhow, the technology that we get from the telescopes and the flybys, that's being used now in hospitals to enhance when they take a picture of your innards. The doctors now can enhance that and say, oh, I didn't see that on the regular picture, but when you enhance it, oh, I see where the cancer is now and what kind of cancer it is and all that. So, and they're also working on an artificial eye using the same technology. There is a primitive version out there, but I just don't want to go in that direction until it's, perfected even more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really all I had to say tonight. And boy, I really love to talk to Larry more about that. And yesterday, WMAL was talking about the NASA hiring a priest and all these other people. And I got into an argument with a priest about aliens, and I said, what makes you think God stopped creating carbon-based people like us? Maybe he's created silicon-based beings somewhere else. He's probably busy creating other people. So there you go.
Well, thank you very much, Blind Man. I'm glad we got to you before we ran out of time, because that's where we find our done. Now, don't write me off tonight. We'll be here. I'll be back here live for our New Year's Eve celebration. Final show of 2021, and I hope you'll join us here as well. See you at the midnight hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. love. 'Cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but